third and the last marathon session of 3 days. So we'll start with public finance. Now, a lot of things in public finance are very, very factual and of course, so very, very scoring. So we'll straight away quickly go from one unit to another. And if you just rely on the synopsis note that been given, then there is nothing else you need to do. So that's it, nothing more. So this first unit is nothing but an introduction, right? Fiscal function and overview is there for what we are going to study in the coming up units. So this we have already studied, that resource allocation according to our Lionel Robbins when he gave the scarcity example. So there are scarcity of resources, unlimited wants, and alternative uses of resources. From there, the central questions or central problems in economics comes with regard to what to produce, for whom to produce, how to produce, what provisions to be made for future. So here Adam Smith again mentioned, remember Adam Smith was a very, very vocal proponent of market-based economy, and he believed that government should not interfere with the market system. But later on he too realized that there are some economic activities that government cannot perform uh, all by itself, right? So it will need the private sector. It means there is a need for the private and public partnership, and there will be many of the activities that the private sector cannot they will never want to indulge into because there is a loss or inadequate profit. So their government will have to provide the goods and services. For example, sometimes public transportation, defense, public education, law and order. So that's why government intervention is very important. Purely capitalist economy and purely socialist economy is a utopian concept, an ideal concept. They never exist. So there will always be some contribution done to the market by the government as well as by the private sector. Then came Richard Musgrave. All right. Richard Musgrave, the entire unit is all based on Richard Musgrave concept of allocation. He said that there are three major functions performed by the government. From this particular things, you may end up getting one question. That first is resource allocation. Second is redistribution of resources, and third is stabilization fund. Now, resource allocation, he said that in the private sector, resource will be allocated appropriately to the interplay of demand and supply. If there is an increasing demand for any product, businesses know that I can sell it at a higher price, so supply will happen, right? Because there is a profit motive that is guiding the private businesses, right? But in the public sector, the allocation of resources happens according to the expenditure and receipts, or you can say government budget. All right, so government every year allocates some amount of budgetary uh, amount for various economic activity. So public sector में budget होता है, private sector में market forces of demand and supply. Now here comes then the allocation. He said that, you see, private goods will be sufficiently produced in the market. It will be the public goods and some merit goods that will be underproduced and underconsumed that can lead to market failure. And market, how market fails? Market fails when either some goods will be produced more than what is the optimal level of output for an economy, and some goods will be underproduced and underconsumed. So those who are underconsumed and underproduced, government will try to, through various intervention, increase its supply, and those which are overproduced, the government will try to decrease its demand and supply. Clear? But what may lead to failure of the market? Misallocation kaise hota? Various reasons. They can give you an example if you choose. Too much production of demerit goods. Alcohol, cigarette, ice cream, chocolate, they all are demerit goods. Second, monopoly power. That can lead to problem. Increase in production that is leading to environmental damage. That is a problem. Negative externalities associated with the production and consumption of the good. That will also lead to market failure. Too much of advertisement wherein people are not able to make a rational choice. They are motivated by the advertisement and they're buying the good. That will also lead to market failure. Apart from that, inequality of income, wherein a large segment of the population are not able to consume, then the economy will also fail, because consumption is what drives economy to the expansion. If the consumption is not there, then of course the market is going to fail, and that will not happen. Consumption will not increase when significant proportion of the people are in the poor group. So all these things are mentioned over here that you just need to read it. We have already covered this. So easy part I'll cover quickly. Following instruments are available to the government that can influence allocation of resources. Now you don't have to, remember these points because the horizon is very broad. What the government can do? Too much of demerit goods, tax laga do. Cigarette production can decrease. People are getting influenced by the advertisement, ban the advertisement for demerit goods like cigarette and alcohol. Maintain a standard of advertisement also. Decrease the sale of those demerit goods which have significant negative externalities like cigarette and alcohol. You should not allow them to be sold to vulnerable group, underage children, and also near schools and colleges. Government can do that. Government can go for negative, advertisement. Government can also increase the production of merit goods by giving subsidies, giving tax breaks. All right. So all these measures can be adopted by the government, and sometimes those people who cannot afford it, government can give it for free. It means if there is inequality, so social welfare, government will try to minimize the incidences of inequality. So all these things are here. Then redistribution function. Redistribution, again, 1 mark you will get definitely. What is redistribution? Redistribution function is also a kind of allocation function, or you can say a reallocation function. When the government has allocated the resources, it's not necessary that equality will happen automatically, because the benefit of these allocation can be cornered by a few, very few group of individuals. Then economy will grow, but number of poor people in the economy will also grow. You see, you take an example of India. India is among the top 5 economies in the world, wherein we have got largest number of Mahakarodpatis. Not Karodpatis, Mahakarodpatis means 100 crore ke upar jiske paas hai. We are the top. But we are also one of the top 5 economies, or you can say top 3 economies of the world, wherein largest number of farmers commit suicide because they have taken the loan and they cannot pay, because they have taken the loan from a money lender. They could not go to the bank because bank did not give them the loan. So when the monsoon is bad, government support is not there, they are committing suicide. At least the money lender will not bother his family. So this is also a reality. So government will have to redistribute the income. So it means this is known as trickle down theory. Take it from the top and distribute at the bottom. So government will say what? My allocation policy, it means government's allocation policy has benefited few group of people. Since you have benefited more, you pay more taxes. So with the increase in your income, I will take higher taxes from you. And those people whose income is not increasing, they will be facing less burden of tax or no tax. Then the money received from progressive taxes can be used for social welfare. Free education for poor kids, free drinking water facility, free medical services, women empowerment, protection of girl child, rights of girl child. All these things can go, because remember, equality is not only economic inequality. Equality can also be social. So social inequality, or it can be also a gender inequality. So any kind of inequality is bad. What else government can do? Government can reserve seats in certain government job for people belonging to the weaker sections of the society. Then the government can also uh, promote uh, gender sensitive budgeting. Government can help the farmers also. Government can make the available necessary goods at a subsidized rate, and luxury goods will be taxed at a higher rate. Government will figure out which this is the area where significant inequality of income and large number of people are there. So government will adopt an area specific approach, that I will spend more money toward the development of this backward region. Government can do that as well. So all these things are related to promoting income inequality, social justice, fairness, that is related to redistribution function of the government. All right. Then stabilization function, I've told you. Stabilization function is related to uh, making the economy recover during contractionary period, and during inflationary period when the demand is in excess of supply, you bring down the demand and lower the rate of inflation. So when I talk about stabilization function, then government will do what? government will adopt fiscal policy. All right. Government will adopt fiscal policy. Now, this fiscal policy can be either contractionary fiscal policy or expansionary fiscal policy. Now, expansionary fiscal policy is adopted when ये सब options में आएगा, adopted during recession or economic contraction. So the objective is what? Objective क्या है इसका? To help the recovery of GDP. And in that case, government will do what? Government will follow a deficit budget. It means government expenditure will be more than government receipts, or you can say G is your expenditure and sorry, taxes will be lower, expenditure will be higher. So expenditure will be more than receipt. G is your expenditure, tax is the receipt of the government. Deficit budget hoga. But when the economy is growing very sharply, growth is not the problem, as I've told you, remember? The problem is high inflation that comes with growth. So government will have to adopt contractionary fiscal policy. It will be adopted when? Adopted during inflationary period. Objective क्या है? Objective is to reduce the price level, that is inflation. And why inflation has increased? Because there is excess demand. Demand comes shifted to the right, supply is not able to shift much to the right. So government will adopt what? Or government will follow surplus budget. Surplus budget where T will be more than G, or government expenditure will be less than government receipt. So this is fiscal policy, but remember, one fiscal policy will always have negative impact on another. For example, when the government is trying to bring down the inflation, growth will also come down, right? But if the inflation comes down more sharply than the growth, then no problem. It's a success of the fiscal policy. The problem will happen when inflation falls down by 2%, but growth falls down by 5%. Then that is a problem. That's a failure of the fiscal. Likewise, when the economy is contracting, inflation is not the headache of the government. Fall in growth is the headache. So government need to promote growth by increasing G, decreasing T, following a deficit budget. So when the growth is rising sharply, let's say growth increase from 2% to 7%, good. And inflation increase from 1% to 3%, no problem. Growth is more than inflation, success of the fiscal policy. But the problem is growth increases from 2% to 8%, but inflation increases from 1% to 9% or 7%, then that is a failure of the fiscal. So during expansion, growth should rise sharply. When during expansionary policy, when there is a recession, growth should be rising more sharply than inflation. And during contractionary policy that is adopted during expansion, the inflation should fall more sharply than the. So that's it with the regard to the stabilization function adopted by the government. And you see stabilization function related to capital employment utilization, overall output and income. All these things are related to GDP growth, and this also rate of economic growth related to the first two. Because when there is growth, then only there will be capital utilization. When there is capital utilization, it means you are producing more, there will be increase in labor employment. And when there is labor employment, then of course income will increase, and income will increase, demand will increase, so output will also increase. But with it, price level will also rise. So price level is related to decreasing the price level as well. Balance of international trade, it means export and export related, import related. All right. So everything that I mentioned is over here. Clear hai? आप बोलो which are the topics which you want me to cover, because बहुत theory है, जो आपको problem नहीं है वो हम छोड़ देते हैं, जो concept base पे हम करेंगे. So tell me which are the topics that in which you are facing problem. Unit wise जो problem है आप बता दो. These are very easy, so we'll skip onto the things which includes a little concept. Externalities. Okay. First, externalities, yes said. Anybody else tell me? I'll write it down. What are the problems here? Externalities. Then you have cap and trade. Then hmm, sorry, government deficit, fiscal deficit, budgetary deficit, types of deficit. No. Okay. Types of deficit. Budget say. What else? Public debt management में क्या? Type of deficits. No. कौन सा पेज है बता? क्या है? हाँ? Okay, yeah, that's a written types of deficit. This is public debt management. हाँ? Credit multiplier. Okay, ठीक है. Money multiplier नहीं. That is related to money supply. Hmm. Hmm? No, no, only sorry, public finance का बोलो, इसका नहीं. Public finance. वो money सब demand का बाद में देखेंगे. Chapter 7 gives us tell. Crowding out. Okay, one of the disadvantage or limitations of fiscal policy, very important. Girls over there, cap and trade, only cap and trade. Okay, that's it. Hero, तू हाँ बोल क्या क्या you हाँ that's it. ये problem है. Okay, one by one we'll cover it. First, externalities. Understand, there are four reasons for market failure. First is monopoly. Second is public goods because of free rider problem. All right. Third is externalities, and fourth is incorrect information leading to asymmetric information, moral hazard, and Lemon's problem. All right. So their externalities are, it can be negative or it can be positive. It can be negative externalities or it can be positive externalities. Now remember, market will never fail because of positive externalities, but market will always fail due to negative externalities. But first of all, what is externalities? Externalities is when the action of a buyer or a seller imposes cost or benefit over a third party or others, even though they are not a participant in decision making. If somebody is smoking a cigarette in a public place, there are a lot of people standing over there. They are neither connected to the cigarette making company nor they themselves are smokers, let's say. So they have not participated in the decision of either producing the cigarette or consuming the cigarette. They are a third party. But still, someone's action who is a smoker is affecting their health. So that is nothing but externalities. When I am affected by somebody else's action, he or she may be a buyer or a seller. I have no direct contact with him or her. Still I am affected. That is externalities. A poor man is standing on the road. He is a poor man. He doesn't have even a bicycle. And then a car which is running on diesel drives past him and releasing a lot of smoke, black smoke, tar full smoke. He is inhaling, getting affected negatively. He is neither the producer of the car nor the owner of the car, but he has been adversely affected by the action of somebody else who has meaning the company which has produced the car and the consumer who have bought the car. So negative externalities. But if again same way I am affected positively by somebody else's action, then it is a case of positive externalities. Let's say for example, I have a factory that makes a cold drink, and that cold drink, for to make that cold drink, I have to get the water from the underground table, water table, boring se pani nikalta. But around my factory there are farmers, if they are using chemical pesticide and chemical fertilizer, when it rains the water goes inside, it pollutes the water, and so I have to spend more money as a cold drink manufacturer to clean the water and then sell it to the public. So that is a negative externality. But if all those farmers are using organic fertilizer, natural pesticide, eucalyptus hota hai natural pesticide hai, so the water will not be dirty and I don't have to spend too much of money to clean that water. So it means their behavior, it means the farmer's action has positively affected me this particular time. So positive externalities will never lead to a market failure. Negative externalities will always lead to a market failure. All right. So these externalities can be divided into four classes, two each. So first we have negative production externalities received by others in production and consumption. It means when I say negative production externalities, production externalities received by whom? Received by others in production and consumption. It means how when I produce something, somebody else's business is affected adversely, somebody else's consumption is affected adversely. And the example I gave you, that if a company is producing a, a lot of chemical fertilizer, and it discharging the water into the river water is polluted, the farmer's livelihood is adversely affected. So this is a case of negative production externalities received by others in production. All right. If say I have a factory in a residential area illegally, and a lot of noise is made in my factory, and next to my factory there is an IT company. Now there is no relationship between the factory and the IT company, but due to a lot of noise the software engineers are not able to do their work. This is also a case of negative production externalities. It means my action of production is affecting adversely somebody else's production activity. Then how it is received in consumption, meaning how when I produce something and somebody else's consumption will be adversely affected. Just let's say Maruti produces a diesel car which pollutes the air, correct? And when you are inhaling the polluted air, are you not affected adversely? Because your consumption of clean air is compromised because of production of diesel car. Now you are not a participant and neither a consumer of a diesel car, right? So that is the case of negative production externalities received in consumption. Then the second one was positive production externalities received by others in again production and consumption. How when I produce something, then somebody else who is also a businessman not connected to me but positively affected. Right, example of that farmer I've told you, everybody is using organic fertilizer, so water table is not polluted. So other businesses who are drawing the water, whether for drinking water or anything, I mean for packaging water, that is the case of positive production externalities seen by others in production. All right. So when I produce something, somebody else's production will also be affected. Likewise, school and colleges. When they impart education, they are also producing. Don't you think eventually, when there are good schools, universities, and colleges, then in the long run, the productive capability of the country, the skill development in the country, the knowledge and education and literacy in the country is going to increase? And don't you think that is going to affect every business favorably? Now, is there any connection right now between the schools and colleges, or will it ever happen in future between the school and colleges and the business? Do you think that business will appreciate your college, university where you've got the education? The answer is no. Have they paid the fees? No. Do you think the company is funding your school and college? No. But are they benefited? Yes. That is the case of positive production. When schools are producing skilled manpower, every business is positively affected. So that is a case of positive production externalities received by others in production. Then how can I consumption? How can I produce something somebody else's consumption happens? If I'm producing a electric vehicle, in the process of production, it may generate a lot of pollution. But when electric vehicles are run, then air pollution will not happen much. So people will be able to consume clean air. So that is a case of positive production externalities received by others in consumption. All right, clear? इसमें आपको शायद मैं नेटफ्लिक्स का भी एग्जांपल दिया था ना. You see, Indian people would not be in a position to afford Netflix had there been no Geo, because Geo created disruption in the industry and the price of the data fell down. 10 years back, 1 GB of data used to be priced at 250 rupees. तो आप Netflix लिया, चलो सब्सक्रिप्शन दे दिया 1000 रुपए का, and then for watching every episode of every season you have to pay 250 rupees. 10 एपिसोड देखा डेयर डेविल का, चलो दे दिया 2500 रुपए. Will anyone take a Netflix subscription when the data is very high? No. But don't you think because of Geo, the boom of OTT platforms in India has caught up very fast? Correct. So what is it? Is there a connection between Geo and Netflix? वो हॉटस्टार बाद में लाया, बट नेटफ्लिक्स से क्या कनेक्शन है? Amazon को क्या ओन करता है मुकेश अंबानी? No. But have they benefited from the business of Geo? Immensely, tremendously they have benefited. All right. So that is also a case of positive production externalities received by others in production. All right. Clear. Third, negative. Now we are moving to the consumption side. Now mind it, in both these cases, we have taken the production side, positive production and positive negative production. Now we'll take the negative side, consumption side. So we say negative consumption externalities received by others in production and consumption. So when something is consumed by somebody, it is going to affect somebody else's production positively and somebody else's consumption positively. Follow? जिम सर्विसेज, आपको बहुत सारा एग्जांपल आप लिखे. जिम, बोलो सर जिम से क्या मतलब है? When people will go to gym or any kind of physical activity, then their chances of falling sick falls down significantly. Correct? When they fall sick, when the chances fall down significantly, then the businesses will be beneficial. Sir, business कैसे benefit होगा? Just to give you an example, companies like TCS, they lose more than 3 lakh man hour every single year, because 6 lakh employees है. अगर 6 lakhs employees में, even if suppose 2 lakh employees, they fall sick and they don't go to work for 2 days, into 16 hours. Possible है कि नहीं? 1/3 people can fall sick. So this is the amount of labor hour that a company, big company loses every year. And if you multiply it and find out what is the value of this money, it will go into hundreds of crores. Hundreds of crores. So don't you think if people do not fall sick, this hundreds of crores of inefficiency cost that TCS is losing will be able to save, company's profitability will increase. So if there are large number of gyms open up in the country and people are participating in some exercise or whatever, then the chances of them falling sick will come down tremendously. I'm not saying nobody will fall sick, you will never fall sick, but the chances will come down. साल में 2 बार बीमार पड़ता था, एक बार बीमार पड़ेगा, हो सकता है नहीं बीमार. So company will save, and that's the reason you'll find that many of the big companies, they provide gym services free in their own premise. अब TCS का ऑफिस में जाके देखो कितना बड़ा जिम है. They spend 4 crore rupees to make the gym for the employee. But the thing is, you'll understand, 4 crore rupees TCS spend करके पैसा वेस्ट नहीं कर रहा, पैसा बचा रहा. And they motivate. You can come to the gym, dress up there, be to take a shower also, and everything is provided free of cost. Go to the office, do your workout, start the work, or afterwards you can do it. When you join big firms like KPMG, सब जगह gym है, everywhere. People don't use it, खाली रहता, but it will benefit. So that is also a case of what? That is a negative consumption में पड़े ना. Negative consumption ही positive consumption का example में. That is positive consumption. So negative consumption received in production and consumption कैसे होगा? When I consume something, how can somebody else's production will be affected? Same thing. If I'm listening to loud music, or if I'm bursting cracker next to a hospital, doctors will not be able to perform the surgery or perform their work. Patient will die. That is a case of negative consumption externality received by others in production. And how can negative consumption will affect consumption? Cigarette example I've given you. If I'm consuming cigarette in a public place, then others will be affected. They'll not be able to consume clean air. All right. And fourth one is positive. Positive consumption externalities. Now remember, they will not ask you what is externalities, or they will simply give you example. You have to choose ये क्या है, negative है या positive है. So positive consumption externalities received by others in production and consumption. So here the gym example will come. If I'm consuming gym services, then I'll not fall sick. The country will not fall sick. Everybody will be affected positively. Or if a large number of people are consuming vaccines, or let's say not vaccine, um, you can say, because positive का incidence बहुत कम है, negative आपको भर के मिल जाएगा exam. When yeah, education में भी आप ले सकते हैं. Private education, you don't know which job you are going to join, but whichever job you are going to join, whichever company you are going to join, they will be positively affected if you consume the education. And how positive consumption will lead to in consumption? That vaccine. If I'm consuming vaccine, then everybody will consume my benefit because I will not pass on the disease to others. I can be treated as a public good which will provide collective benefit to the society. So that is externalities. So remember, social cost is made up of both private cost plus external cost. If it's a positive external cost, no problem. But here we are talking about negative. So if a company will only take into consideration their private cost, loss to the society is not their concern, profit is their concern. But when a cigarette manufacturer is producing a cigarette, there is misallocation of resources. It means the land that could have been used to produce something better is now used to produce tobacco. The labor would have gone to produce something which is a merit good is producing tobacco. People who are consuming cigarette, passive smoking, everybody else is affected, not only the smoker but also the non-smoker. So the cost of producing the cigarette, if suppose is rupees 10, but the loss in terms of external cost is rupees, let's say 5, or let's say rupees 15, then this will not be included in the private cost. And since the price is rupees 10, cost is rupees 10, the company can sell this cigarette, let's say at rupees 20. When the price is rupees 20, then the society demands, the demand is 10 lakh cigarettes every day, because the consumption is happening beyond the optimal capacity that what the society can sustain. So government will do what? Government will say, no, no, this 15 rupees of negative external cost you have to pay. You include it in your cost and collect it from the people and pay it to me. So now their cost increases from 10 to 25 by 15 rupees. It means now they have their selling price increases to rupees 35. When the selling price increases to rupees 35, do you think the demand will remain 10 lakh? No. Demand will come down, may come down to 8 lakhs. So 2 lakhs cigarette is consumed less every day. Don't you think this is a good thing or a bad thing? This is a good thing. So what the government has done, businesses were not taking into consideration the external cost, but the government through its action internalized the external cost. What it did, internalize the external cost into the private cost. That led to increase in the price of the commodity, which will lead to decrease in demand and of course decrease in supply. So as a result, the loss to the society will also come down. And when the loss to the society will come down, it means the cost to the society will also come down. Clear? Hai? All right. Next, what was it? Cap and trade. Again, you will get one question from cap and trade definitely. You see, pollution tax ka problem kya? Pollution tax is also nothing. It is also known as Pigouvian tax, because this concept was given by AC Pigou, Pigouvian tax and subsidies. By imposing tax, the government will internalize the negative externalities into the private cost. And as a result, the market price will increase because the cost of production increases and consumption will decline. It means consumption will happen at a socially optimal level. Right? Due to pollution, because the companies are creating pollution, but they are not paying for the pollution. So since there is no payment for the pollution cost to the environment, the company's cost, private cost will be on the lower side, and so they can sell at a relatively lower price, leading to greater demand and market feel. So government will say, okay, no, I cannot stop you from producing because it will lead to unemployment. We have to benefit always. In any production activity, whether you're producing a plastic toy or producing a medicine or producing a cigarette, pollution to hoga. So there is always a loss to the society. But this loss to the society can be balanced with the benefit to the society, right? Wherein loss should not be too higher than the benefit. We can have a benefit more than the cost, but never cost more than the benefit. So government will do what? Government will decrease the cost to the society, and the cost should be equalized with the benefit, just like a trial balance you are making. Then what the government will have to do? If the government is not taking action, output should have been 1 lakh, the output is 1.5 lakh. So government will take a pollution tax. Government will say, bhai, you are a producer of a commodity, you have to pay rupees 1 crore pollution tax. And when you are paying rupees 1 crore pollution tax, I will fix a emission limit. Emission limit. Let's say government has fixed an emission limit of 10,000 carbon particulate matter for a given period of time till the validity of the license. If the company emits more pollution or more pollutant, then there will be hefty penalty and criminal proceedings will be initiated against that person. His business will be shut down. Clear. But isme, if I'm producing less emission, suppose I have paid 10 lakh, 1 crore rupees for 10,000 units of emission, but in the given period, it means at the expiry of my license, I have only emitted 8,000 units of emission. So 2,000 surplus mein bacha liya. It means I have paid to the government for causing 1 crore worth of pollution, but I am only causing 80% of that. So will I get my money back? The answer is no. So it means if you pollute more than the given emission limit, there will be penalty. But if you under pollute, which is a good thing, there is no benefit given to the government. That is one problem with pollution tax. Second problem is it is very difficult to figure out what should be the value of the pollution tax. Because if you take too much of a pollution tax, then the burden on the business will increase and many businesses will have to shut down, leading to fall in GDP and rise in unemployment. तो ये प्रॉब्लम है. ज़्यादा लगा दिया तो GDP अफेक्ट होगा. But if you take lesser pollution tax, then production will continue to happen beyond what the society can sustain, and the losses in the long run will keep piling up. To find out the correct pollution tax to equalize the cost and benefit in the society is a very, very difficult task. Different countries follow different methods, so there is not one uniform method that in country like India can adopt. As a result, there is a lot of absurdity and vagueness in the way pollution tax is calculated in India, which leads to a lot of corruption in the pollution control, who go to randomly audit the any particular business wherein are you polluting more or are you polluting less. In not many, but most of the businesses, let's say I have a steel factory and there is a detector installed in the chimneys. What is the extent of carbon particulate coming out every single minute from the chimney? It is going to count it. But in many factories, this has not been changed for even last 10 years. Off है on है किसी को पता. Right? So that is the problem. Then if the business has a monopoly, in case of monopoly the demand is inelastic, then I can continue to pollute and continue to buy more and more permit every time my permit expires. I can buy double the permit in a year and continue to pay more money to the government and pass on the entire burden to the consumer. But the demand will not fall down much because I have an inelastic demand for my product because I am a monopolist. So it may fail. This gives rise to what is known as a modern tool or modern method of taking a pollution tax, which is known as cap and trade. In this case also, the first part is simply like pollution tax. So a company, let's say A and B, they have both paid rupees 1 crore for a specific period of time, and the government has given them 10,000 units of carbon particulate they can emit. But A exhausts its entire carbon emission and it doesn't have anything left, but it wants to produce more. If it produces more without taking additional license from the government will impose hefty penalty on it. But if he goes to the government to take a license, buy more pollution permit, government will say, bhai 1 crore rupees dena ho. Now A will say, I don't need 10,000 units of emission. For the remaining period, just allocate me 2,000 units of emission. Government will say, whether you buy 1 unit of emission or 10,000 units of emission, you have to pay 1 crore. But if you, let's say there is another producer which is using a better technology, so it is causing lesser pollution. It has met its production target and it has only used 8,000 units of emission. So 2,000 units of unused emission, units are lying within. So what the government will say to A, why don't you go to B and take the unused emission that B has from it, or go to any other company, right? If suppose A has only 1000 and B needs 2000, then A will buy 1000 from B and 1000 from somebody else's business, not only two business that is existing in the society. But the problem is, if if A goes to B, B will not give the pollution by calculating the proportional cost paid to the government, because for every 1000 emission 10 lakh rupees B must have paid. So it means for 20% of emission, it means if it wants 2000 emission units, then B will not charge 20 lakh rupees, because it means B is doing charity. So B will say, I will sell you 2000 units of emission, but you have to pay me 35 lakh rupees, 35 lakh. A will be comfortable. Why? Because if it purchases from the government, it will have to pay 1 crore. To B, it is paying 35 lakh. So A will buy the permit from B and it can produce more. Now, what is the beauty of this thing? B is a clean business and it has got a second source of revenue. This additional source of revenue can be passed on this benefit to its consumer by giving them a 5-10% discount. Yes. As a result, what will happen? The demand for B's product will increase, and B is a clean businessman. Correct? So can I say demand for the product which is produced with using environmentally friendly technology will increase more? All right. And A will have to raise the price of its product. So when A goes to the market to recover this extra 35 lakh rupees, it will include in the cost of production. The market price of A's product will increase. It will become expensive. As a result, demand may fall down. So it means A is a polluting business. Its goods will be sold at a higher price. So its demand will eventually fall. And B is a clean business. Its price will fall because it's got second source of revenue. Its demand will increase. इसको cap and trade क्यों बोलते हैं? B has capped the pollution level at 10,000. It means this was what was allowed by the government. I have capped it at 8,000 and the remaining 2,000 I can trade. So cap and trade. Clear है? But इसका benefit of नुकसान क्या है? Benefit है B has got additional source of revenue. Customer will get a discount. Their consumer surplus will increase. Companies like A, which is more polluting environment, they will be losing the customer. So they will be forced to adopt clean technology. And government will let this be traded in the market, so there is a transparency. Government will also get additional tax revenue because on the sale and buy of permit in the open market, government can also take some amount of GST, and government will issue lesser number of permits initially than what is demanded, so the price of permit traded will be very high. तो ये तो benefit हो गया. नुकसान क्या है? नुकसान, if A, what is bad? If A doesn't have the money to purchase clean technology, then A will shut down, bankruptcy हो जाएगा, or A will be acquired by B. So small businesses cannot survive. They cannot buy technology by paying hundreds of crores of extra money because they are small companies. Second is the same problem that we had in pollution tax, that if A has a monopoly business, then A will continue to buy the permit from everybody, continue to pollute the environment, pass on the entire burden to the consumer. The price of A's product may increase by 30-40%. But since A has a monopoly, the demand will fall down only 5 or 10%. It means by even though it is polluting more and more, but it's also making more and more profit. But something is better than nothing. Only in this thing is that the market price of the permit will be determined by the market forces of demand and supply. All right, clear? समझ में आया cap and trade? Next was what? You. What was the next thing? Yes, types of deficit and crowding out. Let's first take crowding out, then we'll take the types of deficit. What is a crowding out? Crowding out, remember, you will get a question from there. Crowding out is the negative effect of fiscal policy. One of the negative effect of fiscal policy, when the money from the private sector is crowded out to the public sector. If suppose here is a public sector, that is government sector, and here is the private sector. Now, before I explain, let me ask you one thing. If government would have been providing you a very good airline services at a competitive price, do you think companies like Indigo would have become such a big giant? The answer is no. If BSNL and MTNL would have been providing you as good services as Jio or Airtel, do you think there was any way Jio would have, come to the market? No. So what happens here? When the public and the private sector are in direct competition, they are offering very similar goods and services to the people, then the consumers will always move from the private sector to the public sector, for the reason public sector is selling the goods at a much lower price than the private sector, because the ultimate objective of the private sector is to make profit, not social welfare. But in case of public sector, social welfare is also the objective. So government intention is not only profit making, which is there in case of private sector. तो कोई भी बिजनेस आके बोलता है ना कि we care for the environment, at the biggest piece of bullshit. Every business care for the profit. If every business would have cared for the environment, there are few business, there are who actually care for the environment, but those are exception. It's just like there are few politicians in the world, few that you can count it on your 5 fingers, that who have become politician for servicing the people. But 99.99% of the politician, they become politician to serve themselves first, right? So there are few companies like, for example, TVS Motors in India, which actually cared for the environment. And not far away from here, Hosur, if you go there, a large amount of, several hundred acres of land was bought by TVS from the government, and it was completely a barren land. And they set up a factory in between those barren land, and they grew thousands of trees. They created artificial lake inside that. They introduced various animals into there. uh, Various migratory birds now come to that park from various European countries during breeding season, not far away from here. So 30 years back, what was the area? It was a barren land. They have converted it into a forest, and in between the forest you have a TVS manufacturing. It means whatever pollution they are causing by making the motorcycle, 10 times over they have done to improve the ecology. So their net damage to the society is positive, not negative. There are few companies, कभी जाके देखना, been there, like you will be crazy. लाल बाग कुछ भी नहीं है उसके साथ, right? There is nothing लाल बाग before. So but private sector will care for the profit, public sector will be for social welfare. Now tell me, if the government is selling a laptop to promote literacy among students, then don't you think the demand will begin to flow, demand will begin to flow from the private sector to the public sector? So demand here will increase, and it will go on increasing, and demand for product in the private sector will go on decreasing. So can I say here the revenue of the public sector will increase, but here the revenue of the private sector will decrease? तो पहला ये डैमेज हो गया, डैमेज नंबर 1. Damage number 2, when public sector is competing with a private business, It is very easy for the public sector to borrow money from any bank. Nobody will say no to the government when they want to borrow money. And if the bank is not giving money, government will float a government bond and borrow from the public. Correct? So government can easily raise finance. What problem happens is when the government goes to borrow from the same loanable fund, it means government is also going to borrow from the same amount of money that is there in the economy. Government cannot create extra money, only central bank can print extra money. So when the government is creating a demand for more and more loans, the bank will increase the rate of interest. And when the bank increases rate of interest, then for the private sector to take a loan at a higher rate of interest when their revenue is going down becomes problematic. So they will have to decrease their borrowings. So here there will be decline in capital or investment, and here will be increase in the capital or investment expenditure. Correct? Because private sector cannot take a loan at a higher rate of interest. So बोलो सर क्या प्रॉब्लम है फिर? If government is increasing the supply and providing it to the people that rather than the private sector, then the problem is where? Problem is there. How problem? Government said, देखो भाई, I need to increase the GDP every year by 7%. And to increase the GDP by 7%, total amount of investment expenditure in the economy should be worth 20 lakh crore. 20 lakh crore. Wherein the government said that I will spend 8 lakh crore and I expect that the private sector will spend 12 lakh crore. Now, when the government increase its expenditure to 8 lakh crore and businesses started to suffer loss, rather than increase, there will be decrease in investment expenditure by the private sector. Let's say it decreases by 3 lakh crore. It means what is the total investment in the economy? Plus 8 by the government minus 3 by the private sector. So there is only plus 5 lakh crore. Will the government be able to meet its target of growing the GDP at 7%? No. So can I say that whatever was the increase in the government sector expenditure has been either partially or completely offset by the decrease in the private sector investment. So as a result, the economy will not grow at 7% and there will be a recessionary situation in the economy. Understood? This is known as crowding out. फिर आप बोलेगा सर प्राइवेट सेक्टर में भी तो कंपटीशन होता है, वहां क्राउडिंग आउट क्यों नहीं होता? यू टेल मी. Because when two private sectors are competing, for them both profit is the primary motive. So they will both be willing to sell at a higher price. Correct? And when one will go to the take the loan from the market, the other will also go. But for them both, taking loan is a difficult task. But here for the government, taking loan is not a difficult task. Government बोला चलो 0.5% deficit तो बढ़ जाएगा, क्या है, बढ़ने दो. But a businessman cannot say चलो 500 crore profit कम हो जाएगा, क्या है. This private sector cannot say, but the government will have to say, can say. So that is crowding out. Now different types of budget. Before we go to the budget, you have to understand the components of the budget. So from the components of the budget also you will get a question. So fiscal policy's most important component is the budget, because fiscal policy is related to tax and expenditure of the government. So you will always get a question wherein they will try to confuse you between a fiscal and a monetary policy. So keep in mind that fiscal policy is related to tax, government expenditure, government borrowing, anything that is related to tax. Fiscal policy also related to unemployment, को decrease करना, inequality redistribution, they all are a part of fiscal policy. Wherein when I say monetary policy, it is related to control of money supply and interest rate. So when it's monetary policy, it is interest rate and money supply. It has got nothing to do with tax, nothing to do with government expenditure, nothing to do with allocation. All right. So budget has two sides. We call it as receipts and expenditure. Same accounting principle you have. Receipts can be divided into either a revenue receipts or capital receipt. Likewise, the expenditure, this is how you divide your trading account, PL account and your balance sheet. So expenditure can be either revenue expenditure or capital expenditure. Now, before I explain this, understand why do we always try to find out deficit? Because a company will be interested in its profit. Correct? कोई बोलेगा नहीं. Usually people say profit and loss statement, but many a time people also say profit statement. कभी सुना है किसी को बोलने में लॉस स्टेटमेंट बनाते हैं? कोई नहीं बोलेगा, क्योंकि ऑब्जेक्टिव ऑफ running a business is profit making, objective is not loss making. So many a time people say profit statement दिखाने का अपना, और profit and loss statement दिखाने का. You'll never hear loss statement, right? But government, because why private sector? Private sector will not incur even 1 rupee if it does not think that I can get more than 1 rupee from this 1 rupee. It means I will buy a 100 crore rupees machine only when I'm sure that this machine, when I use, I will be able to make more than 100 crore. If I perform a cost and benefit and I find out this 100 crore of investment will give me only 90 crore of income, and still I go ahead and take a decision, then I should go to Nimhans. Right? Because my objective is profit making, I am taking a loss making decision. But that is not with the government. Government intention is not to calculate profit. Government intention is qualitative, to find out where we were and where we are. Government intention is not only to measure the GDP in terms of percentage terms. Government intention also to find out that are we secure from any kind of terrorist activity that can originate from other countries. And we can be only sure if we have spent enough money on defense. Are we sure that with rise in the GDP, there is less number of farmers committing suicide? There are less number of people who have children going to bed with without any food. You see, no, that there was somebody shared it, a journalist. Literally, I could not sleep last night when I saw it, and my friends share these kinds of things. But you can't hide it from. There was a small boy, around 4-year-old boy, and she had a deaf mom. The mom was very sick, and she was lying on the footpath. They had no house to live. From somewhere, the boy got a rice to feed his mother. It was a rotten rice, and he was feeding himself and her mother. India, imagine. So if this is what is happening, then the GDP growth of 7% is useless, right? So quality is also important apart from quantity. Now what happens here? Government is calculating deficit because most of the country, even the developed ones, they will go through deficit. Out of more than 200 countries in the world, आप आज जाके सर्च करना, ठीक है, मेरे को बताना एक कंट्री का नाम, यू कैन मैसेज मी, जिसका बजट सरप्लस आया in the last 10 years or 50 years or 100-200 years. One country show kar de. There can be a quarter in which you have a surplus, but yearly deficit hi aayega. Why? Because There are many expenditure which are incurred by the government that will not give quantitative returns in the society, but it will provide qualitative results. When government will purchase 2.5 lakh crore worth of Rafale jet, do you think are this jet was going to create any employment in India? No, but it is a necessary evil because we are surrounded by China and Pakistan. Or when the government is building public schools and universities where free of cost education is provided, government has incurred the expenditure. Is the government going to generate any return in terms of profit for itself? No. But will the economy be benefiting it in the long run? Yes. So government will always and always have a deficit, and that's why we calculate deficit. So that's the reason we know that expenditure will always be more than receipt. So rather than receipt से expenditure minus करके negative value दिखाने का, that doesn't look good anywhere. We calculate deficit wherein we from the expenditure deduct the receipt part, and we know when we are writing deficit, it means it has a negative value. Correct? Either I can write a loss of 10,000, or I write a minus 10,000. दोनों का मतलब same है ना? So if I am writing loss, I don't have to put a minus sign. I know it has a minus sign. Correct? So revenue receipts, that's why we calculate deficit. Revenue receipts are the recurring receipt that the government gets every single time. Recurring है. Tax I have to pay. This AC is running, electricity bill every month I have to pay. Alright. Revenue receipt if it's sold by electricity department which is owned by the government in many states. If I am buying a chocolate, I have to pay GST, revenue receipt. If I was driving a vehicle dangerously, I'll be given a challan. That is a fine. That is also a revenue receipt. बोलो सर चालान हमेशा आता है. हाँ हमेशा आता है, हो जाता है करोड़ों रुपए का गवर्नमेंट को. If you are riding your vehicle on a road toll tax, that is also a revenue receipt. So all these are revenue receipts. If I have given loan to some country and they are returning me a part of the principal and part of the interest, EMI जिसको बोलते हैं, the principal part that I'm receiving will be a part of the capital receipt, and the interest part that I'm receiving will be a part of the revenue receipts. So these are revenue. Revenue receipts are also when the government gets dividend from its holding in the public sector undertaking. Receipt is also revenue receipt when RBI gives dividend to the government. Revenue receipts. What is capital receipt? Capital receipt occasionally happens, and every capital receipt may not create a liability for the government. So capital receipt when government issues a bond and borrows money from the domestic market or from the international market, that is the capital receipt. But it will create a debt. When some country had taken loan from India, now they are repaying the loan, the principal part. That is also a capital receipt, but it will not create a debt. Because the debt I had given, you have returned it to me. So will it create any liability? No. That is also a capital receipt. Government was owning a public sector undertaking like Air India, it was sold to Tatas and government received 18,000 crore rupees. That is disinvestment and privatization. That is also capital receipt. But will it create a debt? It will not create a debt. Government needed some money. So government sold away 2% equity share of LIC in the open market and people bought those shares. Still, 98% or more is owned by the government. But this 2% equity share which was sold by the government in the market helped government to raise around 2.5 lakh crore rupees. 2% share बेच के 2.5 lakh crore government को मिल. That is also a capital receipt because I have purchased the equity. Money has gone to the LIC. LIC में 98% government का stake है. So that is a capital receipt. When LIC makes profit, it will give dividend. But 98% of the dividend will go to the government. That is what receipt? Revenue receipt. And 2% of the dividend will be distributed to the people who are owning the equity share. So कैपिटल रिसीट्स रेवेन्यू रिसीट्स का एग्जांपल हो गया. रेवेन्यू एक्सपेंडिचर, every day government incurs some expenditure. Every day some debt the government has taken becomes due. You know, you can take even 2 days, 3 days, overnight debt is also available in India. If I have some liquid money I don't want to keep in the savings account, I can buy government bonds today and sell it within 24 hours. Overnight liquid fund में लगा सकता है. So government will take the money today, give me the money back tomorrow with little bit of interest. So that is also a revenue expenditure when the government is giving me a bit of the interest. Government has made the highway, that is a capital expenditure. Government is maintaining the highway, that is revenue expenditure. Government giving salary, pension to everybody, revenue expenditure. Unemployment allowances, subsidies, revenue expenditure. Capital expenditure mein loan I have taken, I am repaying the loan, that is capital expenditure. Government is constructing new airport, capital expenditure. Government is creating new public sector undertaking, a new bank or new organization, that is also capital expenditure. Government is giving loan to some other country, that is also capital expenditure. So now when you are calculating deficit, I can calculate what is known as a budgetary deficit. In a budgetary deficit, from the total expenditure, I will deduct the total receipts. It means I will take revenue expenditure plus capital expenditure. From this we deduct revenue receipts plus capital receipts. दोनों हम लेगा. Then we have revenue deficit. In a revenue deficit, we take from total revenue, or you can say revenue receipts or revenue expenditure पहले लेंगे. Revenue expenditure minus revenue receipts. All right, that will give us a revenue deficit. Then we have fiscal deficit. Fiscal deficit is very, very important. You will get a question. Fiscal deficit, I try to figure out how much my own money. Now, what is my own money? The money that I have without any liability. That is my own money. The money I have taken loan from a bank, that is not my own money, that is bank's money. All right. My own money is what I own without a liability. The house that you are living in, if you sell that house, you'll get money. So your house, whatever is valuation, is your own money. The money in your savings account, current account, is your own money. The money that you have given loan to somebody, that is also your own money because you will receive it back. Correct? You have sold some commodities to somebody and he has or she has given you a bills of exchange. You have received the bill, bills receivable आपके पास है. That is also your own money. So I try to find out how much of my own money can I use to take care of total expenditure. So it means what we do here is that in a fiscal deficit, we deduct total expenditure from the total expenditure. When I say total expenditure, it means capital expenditure plus revenue expenditure. From this, we deduct total non-debt creating receipts. When I say total non-debt creating receipts, then what will it come here? We have revenue receipts plus those capital receipts, or you can say easy way, non-debt capital receipts. Right. So can I say, if suppose, let's put a value here. Let's say your revenue receipt is rupees 1000 crore. Your capital receipts debt and non-debt. Debt is, let's say, 300 crore and non-debt is 200 crore. Right. So it means you have 1500 crore is your total receipt. Let's say total expenditure is where revenue expenditure is 1500 crore and revenue expenditures 1500 crore and capital expenditure is 2000 crore. So tell me what is my fiscal deficit? Batao. What is my fiscal deficit? So first of all, my total expenditure is 3500. Correct? From this, I have to subtract what? Total non-debt creating receipts. So non-debt creating receipt is revenue receipt of 1000 and non-debt creating receipt of 200. Non-debt, that is 200. So it means from 3500, if I deduct 1200, that will be 2300. 2300 is my fiscal deficit. It means this much I need to borrow. This the government needs to borrow. Why? Because this is the shortfall. No, isn't it? This is the shortfall. Right or wrong? Budgetary deficit दोनों से कर लो ना. That is total expenditure is 3500. 3500 minus 1500. So that will be 2000. Budgetary deficit. Revenue deficit, if you find out, it is 500. 1500 is the revenue. Sorry. 1500 is the revenue expenditure and 1000 is the revenue receipts. Clear hai? So it means my expenditure is 35 crore, 3500 crore, and from my own money I can take care of only 1200 crore. Remaining I have to borrow because expenditure incur kiya to pay karega na. Correct? So can I say that fiscal deficit will be always equals to borrowings? Right or wrong? Now, primary deficit, pairingly they can ask you, primary deficit is nothing but fiscal deficit minus interest payment. So all the deficit is taken care of. बोलो clear है? Deficit से question आएगा ही आएगा. So anything from chapter 7, fiscal policy, everything clear? No problem. All right. So shall we move to the next chapter? You want a breather? 5 minutes. Let's continue. So money demand first. Okay. Money demand. So first of all, the characteristics of money, you will see medium of exchange and everything. We will not cover that. Important, you read it, very simple, easy. So demand for money is a derived demand. first of all. Why it is a derived demand? Because people demand money because they want to have purchasing power over something. They don't demand money for the sake of holding money. So that is for money is a derived demand. Whereas gold and silver, which can also be used as a medium of exchange, which used to be used, they have real demand. People buy gold for storing gold. People do not buy gold for buying something. They buy gold as an investment. They buy gold for storage. So people may demand money to buy gold, but people will not buy gold because they immediately need money. Right? We say that the amount of money demanded is positively related to the price level. It means if there is increase in the rate of inflation, then the demand for money will increase. And why does this happen? Because increase in the inflation will lead to decrease in the purchasing power of money. As a result, the cost of living for the household will increase, and also the cost of business operation will also increase. So with the rise in inflation, household and businesses both will have to spend more money to take care of current transaction. As a result, demand for money will increase. So there is a positive or direct relation between inflation and the demand for money. Then there is what is known as opportunity cost of holding money. Opportunity cost of holding money. What is the opportunity cost of holding money? Holding money. Opportunity cost of holding money is the loss of interest earning. So if suppose there is increase in the interest rate, then my opportunity cost of holding money will also increase. As a result, what will happen? What will happen to the demand for money? Demand for money will increase or decrease? Will decrease. Demand for money doesn't mean I demand money. Demand for money, how much of money I'm holding as cash balance in hand. So if the rate of interest is more, then I will lose more if I do not invest. So with increasing rate of interest, people will be willing to hold less cash or will demand less money in their hand, and vice versa. It means if there is a decline in the interest rate, then opportunity cost of holding money will decrease. So you will not lose much if you are holding relatively more money or more cash in hand. So you can comfortably demand for more money. So demand for money will increase. Can we say opportunity cost and demand for money has inverse relation? So does interest rate and demand for money. It means whether there is an increase in the interest rate or there is increase in the opportunity cost, in both cases demand for money will decrease and vice versa. Okay. Then we come across the theories of money demand, and the first theory was given by Irving Fisher. We call this as QTM, quantity theory of money. What does quantity theory of money says? Quantity theory of money concludes that there is a direct or a positive relation between money supply and the price level. So there is a direct or positive relation between money supply and price level. It means increase in the money supply will lead to increase in the price level, and this is denoted by the equation, and the equation was MV equals to PT, where M denotes the money supply, that is the high powered money printed by the central bank. V denotes the velocity of money, that is how many times the money is changing hands, right? And every time the money is changing hand, it is leading to a transaction of buy and sell, correct? So if there is increase in the money supply, then the velocity of money will also increase, because when people and businesses have more money, they will spend more money. So velocity will increase. So number of transactions will also increase. It means we have a growing economy, right? And with the increase in transaction, don't you think businesses will increase their price for the product that they are selling? Correct? So this equation denote that increase in M and V will of course lead to increase in the number of transactions, leading to rise in the price level. This equation was later modified because Fisher realized that it is not only the cash money that is floating in the economy that can cause inflation. Even banks create money. Of course, commercial banks are not permitted to print money, but the money that they create is known as credit money. And this money is created through the process of lending and borrowing. So whether the bank is giving you an overdraft facility, or the bank is giving you a very short term loan through credit card, or the bank is giving you any type of loan, whether for consumption or production, this leads to credit creation in the economy. So it means just like if I have more money in my pocket, I will create more demand that will push up the market price. If the bank issue more and more credit cards and give more and more loan, that will have the same effect of increase in the demand, and that will also lead to increase in the price level. Tell me, how many people in a country like India purchases, whether it's two-wheeler or four-wheeler, by giving full upfront payment of cash? Not even 5%. It means 95% of the people, they buy vehicle by taking a loan. So can I say that if banks tomorrow stop giving loan for purchasing vehicle, the entire automobile industry will collapse. They will shut down. Nobody will be able to pay upfront cash payment to buy, 20 lakh, 30 lakh, 10 lakh rupees of car. Very few people will be there, and they cannot save the market. So even the credit money can push up the rate of inflation. So he changed this equation, or rather he upgraded this equation into MV plus M dash V dash equals to PT, where M dash is the supply or flow of credit money and V dash is the velocity of credit money. It means how frequently the credit is taken and then spent. So now whether it's M or M dash, they both will lead to increase in the transaction. They both will lead to increase in the transaction. It means velocity will increase. As a result, the transaction will rise. Now for a seller, a transaction is a transaction, whether you pay from cash or credit card, that does not matter to him, because of course for some seller they'll say bank मेरे से 2% ज़्यादा लेगा, you have to pay me 2% more. That's a different thing. But otherwise, the seller is going to get the money quickly, and then you have to settle with your bank later on. If I swipe a credit card to buy a laptop from a shop, do you think the shopkeeper will get the money when I will pay my credit card bill? No, the shopkeeper will get the money instantly when you're swiping the card. So the settlement will happen between you and the bank later on the due date of the credit card. So he will be least bothered whether you are paying through a cash or through a card. He will only be bothered when he is hiding his sales to pay a lower taxes. तुम बोलो सर कैश दे दूंगा, जीएसटी मत नहीं देगा मैं, तो जीएसटी का आपका पैसा बच गया. So that's a different thing. So it will also lead to increase in the price level. You see, like countries like US, people on an average are having 4, 4, 5, 5 credit cards. They are using one credit card to pay another credit card because the due date is different for that card. And they are not stopping consumption. They are consuming more and more. They are in a perpetual debt. It means an average US citizen has already spent the next 3 months of salary that they are going to get. All right, and then they are always in debt. So this was the conclusion drawn, that whether the money supply or the credit money supply, they both will have the effect of increasing inflation in the economy. Clear? Then came Cambridge approach, or we call it as cash balance approach. And four prominent economists were associated with the Cambridge University who came up with this approach, which were Keynes, Marshall, Pigou, and Robertson. They said that there are three reasons why people want to hold cash. Here, demand for money is observed as a demand for cash balance. So when I say demand for money or demand for cash balance, it means how much of idle cash I want to hold. Doesn't mean I'm in my pocket, in my current account also, that is equivalent to a cash in hand only. So three reasons. पहिला reason for transaction motive. They said that the income is earned once in a while, but the expenses are spread over multiple periods. To take care of the current transaction, whether it's a household transaction or a business transaction, we have to hold some amount of money as cash balance or cash in. You earned your salary on the first of the month. Your expenses, some expenses will come on 5th, some will be on 1st, some will be on 10th, some will be on 15th. So you will calculate out of my 2 lakh salary in the next 20 days, how much of cash I need to pay for all the household stuff. You will set aside this money and remain you can invest. Right. So for the current transaction, you have to hold. Likewise, a businessman also says that every day I'm producing this much of expenditure I incur almost very frequently. Raw material, carriage, inward labor expenses. So whenever the sale happens after the production cycle, I receive the bill. When the bill gets matured, every day the bill will not get matured. Every day I may be selling, but I'll be getting bill for every 2-3 months. So when I get the money, I will set aside some money for current transaction, which will continue my production, and some the remaining I will invest. So that is first reason why you want to hold money. The second reason why you want to hold money is because in transaction motive, how much of money you are holding, that depends on your wealth. If you are a rich individual, then your cost of living will also be high, so you will be holding more money. If you have a bigger business, then your working capital requirement will be big, so you will be holding more cash balance. Then precautionary motive. Under precautionary motive, anything can happen to anybody in any household. So you have to take some precaution for a rainy day, so that you don't have to, borrow money and create a kind of a social dilemma. Okay, you don't like to be seen as somebody who is going through trouble between your family, among your family members. Uncle को phone किया पैसा दे दो थोड़ा problem है. People don't want to do this. So to take care of any contingency that can arise in future, you have to hold some amount of liquid money. Businesses also have to hold this, because any day any new competitor will come in the market. A new or the existing competitor can improve the product. To improve my product, I have to incur extra cash. So I have to hold some amount of money as precaution. But again, how much of money that I'm holding for precautionary motive, that depends upon my wealth and the interest rate. All right. So precautionary motive mein. So it means if my wealth W is increasing, then my precautionary demand for money will also increase. A rich people will take more precaution than a poor person, and a bigger business will have to set aside more money for precaution than a smaller business. But it doesn't only depend on the wealth, it depends on one more thing. What is that? Interest rate. Very good. It also depends on the interest rate. If the interest rate is increasing, then my opportunity cost will also increase. Opportunity cost will also increase. As a result, I will hold less money. So demand for cash balance will decrease. So interest rate and precautionary motive or precautionary demand for money has a negative relationship. With wealth, it has a positive relationship. It means here cash balance will increase. And the third reason why we want to hold cash is known as hedge against uncertainty. What is a hedge? Hedge is trading off between risk and reward. Now, bonds have risk, but they also have returns. Money, that is cash balance, have no risk but no return. It means there will always be opportunity cost of holding money. So if you have, let's say, rupees 1 lakh left after taking care of your transaction and opportunity and a precautionary motive, and let's say the bond interest rate is 10%, then you will invest, let's say 10 lakh hai, you will buy bond for, let's say, rupees 6 lakhs and hold cash balance for rupees 4 lakh. Now the cash balance that you are holding, there is an opportunity cost. What is the opportunity cost of cash balance here holding? In a year, opportunity cost. अपॉर्चुनिटी कॉस्ट कहाँ आएगा? जब मैं इन्वेस्ट करिए तो अपॉर्चुनिटी कॉस्ट तो नहीं, तब तो रिस्क है. Opportunity cost only happens when I'm holding idle cash, and opportunity cost is nothing but the interest that I'm losing that I could have earned. So how much interest I'm losing? I'm losing for 40,000 of interest, not 4 lakh. Yes, 4 lakh into 10%. So rupees 40,000 is my opportunity cost. This is my opportunity cost. But on this 6 lakhs, I will generate an interest income of rupees 60,000. So don't you think this positive of 60,000 will neutralize the entire opportunity cost of holding cash balance? So it means minus 40,000 plus 60,000, and so still I have a gain of 20,000. So इससे क्या benefit हुआ? If suppose bond prices fall, still I will get interest. I have to just hold the bond for some time. So if the bond prices fall, I don't have to sell away the bond because I'm getting the return interest to fix है मेरे को मिलेगा. And this money that I'm holding will keep me afloat. Correct? But if I would have invested all my money into bond and getting 1 lakh rupees of return every year, but the bond prices falls down in the market and bond prices fall down to 4 lakh rupees. So 6 lakh rupees का capital loss है, 1 lakh rupees का interest income है, 5 lakh rupees I have lost. Can I sell the bond to recover the money? The answer is no. Right? But holding is also difficult because I don't have anything to keep me afloat. So what I am doing here, I know bond has a risk. I am willing to take the risk, but I will take a mitigated risk. So the risk for the hold that I get from holding the bond will be traded off from the cash that I'm holding, and the opportunity cost that is there, opportunity cost that is there can be taken care of from the interest that I'm getting. तो यहाँ का रिस्क ये कैश से मैं मिटिगेट कर दिया, और यहाँ का अपॉर्चुनिटी कॉस्ट मैं इसका रिटर्न से मिटिगेट. करेक्ट? तो मिटिगेशन ऑफ रिस्क. व्हाट हैज हैपेंड? But what if the bond interest increases from 10% to 15%? Now the question is, should I keep the same amount of cash balance and same amount of bond, or will I hold more cash, less bond, or more bond, less cash? More cash. Understand here, if the interest rate is increased, my opportunity cost will increase. So I'll lose more. No, will I want to lose more? So when the bond interest is increasing, my opportunity cost of holding cash will also increase. So as a result, I will increase the bond holding from 6 lakh rupees to maybe 8 lakh rupees and decrease the cash holding to only 2 lakh rupees if there is an increase in the interest rate. But what if interest rate decreases to 5%? Then my holding cost, opportunity cost will decrease. And moreover, why will I want to take a higher risk and earn a lower interest? Will I be willing to take a higher risk when my return is less? No. So here what I'll do, now I will increase the cash holding to 6 lakh and decrease the bond holding to 4 lakh. So it means how much, this is known as hedge against uncertainty. So I'm hedging. The safety of the money is hedged from the return of the bond. Alright, safety of the money is hedged from the risk from the bond, and the opportunity cost of the money is hedged from the return that I get from the bond. So safety risk return ho gaya. That's why also we want to hold money. These are the three. And then they gave a famous equation that is known as MD equals to KPY, where K is the proportion of nominal income that I keep as cash balance. So K is the proportion of nominal income held as कैश बैलेंस, जिसको कैम्ब्रिज के भी बोलते हैं, राइट. एंड न्यूमेरिकल आपको दिखाया था ना. इफ सपोज योर इनकम is rupees 1 lakh and the price level is 10%, it means inflation has happened by 10%. How much money do I need to hold in order to buy the same amount of goods and services after inflation? That will be 1 lakh 10,000. 1 lakh 10,000 I'll be needing. It means 10,000 extra, correct? So what will be the MD equals to KPY? K ka value, if suppose K has a value of 0.3. So what will be the MD equals to KPY? That will be 30% of 1 lakh 10,000. That is rupees 33,000 will be the demand for money. If suppose income remains same, but the rate of inflation increases to 20%. It means now, after inflation, how much of money do I need to spend to buy the same amount of goods and services? Bolo, that will be 1,20,000. Everything will become 20% more expensive. So, do I need to hold more cash balance? Yes. Now, 30% of 1,20,000 will be rupees 36,000. So, can we say that increase in the price level led to increase in the transaction demand for money? What if inflation remains same, that is 10% as before, but my income increases to 2 lakh? Then what will be my nominal income after inflation? 10% से inflation उठा, सिर्फ मेरा income भी उठ गया. So now there will be 2,20,000. So how much of the money that I need to set aside for transaction motive? 66,000, no? 66,000. So we will compare this value with this value, and again the same this value with this value. So can I also say that increase in income will also lead to increase in transaction demand for money? So this says two things, that what the what we have studied in the quantity theory of money, that increase in the price level will lead to increase in the transaction cost. An increase in income will also lead to increase in the demand for money. Here also demand for money will increase. Clear hai? This was the Cambridge approach given by Robertson, Keynes, Pigou and Marshall. Okay. जीरो द अकाउंट है, जाके देख बॉन्ड है, देखना एक टैब रहता है बॉन्ड, लिक्विड बीज, गवर्नमेंट्स ओवरनाइट बॉन्ड, 10 डेज बॉन्ड, 30 डेज बॉन्ड, सारा बॉन्ड रहता है वाइट फ्रॉम राइट ओपन मार्केट में ही है। उसमें ऊपर में टैब रहेगा, देखना आईपीओ बॉन्ड, कौन कौन सा बॉन्ड रिलीज किया गवर्नमेंट का दिखा देगा। If I have liquid money, I don't prefer to keep, see, for example, when I'm constantly trading and hedging, I need some amount of cash. But if I keep it in my in my trading account, I'm losing out on the interest. So there is something that is known as liquid bees. Liquid bees is a very short-term bond that I buy, so उसमें पैसा चला जाता है, right? And up till 7 days there will be no exit route. 7 days में अगर पहले बेच दिया तो exit route लगेगा. I'm sorry, up till 7 days there is exit route. After which there is no exit route. It means now this money is there, approximately around 5 to 6% interest you get. जो उस बैंक में सेविंग में रखेगा तो पहले ट्रेडिंग अकाउंट में भेजो, फिर वहां पे वापस जाएगा, ये मगजमारी नहीं। तो लिक्विड बीज का मेरा पोर्टफोलियो में रहता है, व्हेन आई वांट टू हेज आई नीड मनी, आई विल सेल द यूनिट्स ऑफ लिक्विड बीज, जितना रिक्वायरमेंट है, मनी विल बी ट्रांसफर टू माय डीमैट अकाउंट, फ्रॉम देयर आई विल बाय द इक्विटी और फ्यूचर्स और ऑप्शन, एंड व्हाटएवर द प्रॉफिट कम्स, इफ आई डोंट नीड इट, इफ इट्स फ्राइडे, तो वीकेंड के लिए भी मैं लिक्विड बीज में वो डाल देता हूँ, राइट। इट इज सेफ, is much safer than the fixed deposit. Central government cannot default on money because these are the bond that is also purchased by any foreign institution, foreign company. So if you default on this bond, then financial emergency. A big bank like SBI can fail, but government cannot fail to redeem the अभी हो ही नहीं, कॉर्पोरेट बॉन्ड में फेल हो सकता है, many companies, आप कंपनीज का भी बॉन्ड खरीद सकता है, हिंदुस्तानी यूनिलीवर, दिस एंड दैट, बट दैट इज कंपनी अगर चला गया तो बॉन्ड चला गया। नो, इसमें थोड़ा कैलकुलेशन थोड़ा ये है, इसमें क्या रहता है कि उसका वैल्यू देखना, लिक्विड बीज का हमेशा 1000 पे रहता है, मार्केट ऊपर जाए नीचे जाए, लिक्विडिटी के लिए 99,999.97, 999.98 ऐसा रहता है, यू विल नेवर फाइंड इट्स वैल्यू कमिंग डाउन टू 999 और 998, डेसिमल में 5-10 पैसा ऊपर रहता है, बस यही 1000 रुपीज का। नाउ लेट्स से यू हैव रुपीज 1 लाख, दैट आइडल कैश है, आप लिक्विड बीज खरीद लिया तो आपको 100 यूनिट्स मिलेगा, ठीक है, 100 यूनिट्स लिक्विड बीज आपको दिखेगा। वेन एवर योर इंटरेस्ट, आपका डेली बेसिस में कैलकुलेट होता है लेकिन मिलता नहीं है डेली, तो वेन एवर योर इंटरेस्ट गोज अबव 1000, आपको एक और एक्स्ट्रा यूनिट मिल जाए, तो आपका ये 101 यूनिट, और if you leave this money, then now the interest will be calculated on 1,01,000. So after 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 days आपको देखे 1000 रुपए जैसे ही हुआ, आपको प्लस वन मोर यूनिट मिल जाएगा 102, and let's say now you have 1,02,000, you want need to, you need 50,000 to buy equity, तो आप इसका 50 यूनिट्स को बेच दो, तुरंत 50,000 आपका अकाउंट में आ जाएगा, बचा आपका 52, यहाँ पर दो एंट्री है, उससे आप इक्विटी खरीद लो, when you book the profit again shift it to liquid B, right? Now I'll tell you a reality how government department, I've been waiting for it, it's been almost 6 months, and there are number of research analysts in terms of, you see, population in India, 150 crore का population में there are only around 1400 research analysts which is licensed under SEBI. अगर इतना आसानी से लाइसेंस मिलता तो 1400 ही लोग होते. Right? All my experience, all my profitability, everything, 10 years का record, P&L statement, सब कुछ दे दिया. But waiting in process. You forget about that. My friend has applied for this 4 years back. अभी भी उसको नहीं. तो मेरा तो 6 महीना ही हुआ. Anyways, they give, they don't give, go to hell. और इसमें कोई ब्राइबरी वाला भी सीन नहीं होता, सर ब्राइब देके कर दो. सभी को आप ब्राइब नहीं दे सकता कि चलो एक कोई एजेंट है कर देगा. So it depends on there is no guided process when they will give, why, what will be the thing. Anyways, now liquidity preference theory. Therefore, from my end, I do not mention any stock in my year. If you ask me, I will mention. So randomly आपको बोल देता है ये stocks अच्छा है. I will never tell you to buy this. So if you are smart enough, you can understand. If I'm mentioning some stock, means तो directly क्यों बोले? Liquidity preference theory given by Keynes, Maynard Keynes. He said very similar thing what was already said in the cash balance, because he was a common economist here also and there also. So he also said that both households and businesses, they demand money for three reasons. पहला है transaction motive, same thing. Income is earned during a per unit of point in time, but expenses are incurred every day. Then he also said the similar thing, that how much of money that I'm holding for transaction motive depends upon my wealth. Okay? More wealthy, more transaction, so more money, and vice versa. Then he said that precautionary motive, same thing, that household and businesses have to take precaution for contingency that they cannot foresee in future. So that's why they have to hold some amount of cash. Again, how much of cash they are holding, that depends again on their wealth, direct relationship. So it means wealth increases, then demand for cash balance will also increase. Here liquidity preference will also increase. But it deviates from one thing. That is the. So going against his own theory in the cash balance approach under liquidity preference theory, he says that transaction demand for money does not depend on the interest rate. So it means if interest rate increases, sorry, precautionary demand for money. If the interest rate increases or decreases, whether a household or business, they will neither take more or nor take less precaution, which was set in the cash balance approach. So यहाँ पर deviation. So it means precautionary motive depends upon wealth, but it doesn't depend on interest. And wealth में direct relation. On what other factor it depends? It also depends on the social and political stability of the country. If the economic, political and social stable hai country economically, socially and politically, then institutions, they will work very fine. People will have a trust on the institution. So they will prefer to let their money be invested rather than holding as a cash balance. But when there is a civil war going into the country, when there is an economic crisis going in the country, people will be scared which bank is going to fail. They will line up outside the bank and withdraw the money, sell away their bond and equity. They will keep their money close to their chest. So it means in that case, liquidity, preference for money holding or cash balance will increase. Demand for money will increase. And thirdly, it also depends upon the personal trait or characteristic of the individual. A person is optimistic, he will be willing to take a higher risk. So he will let his money be invested into the bonds rather than holding more as an idle cash. So here the cash balance will decrease. But a person who is more pessimistic that anything can happen, so he will be taking lesser risk and he will hold more money. So demand for money will be higher in this. Then he said, third one is the speculative demand for money. And remember, transaction demand for money Keynes gave. So there was MD equals to KPY. यहाँ पर था LR equals to KY. Right? Now, okay. So, क्या message आता है ना? Your account has been created with 3,500. एक message. ये मेरे को 4 दिन से. I don't open my Google. And then 3 days back, somebody phoned me also, sir, wrongly I have created. So when you get these messages and then get a call, do not open your, because they have some, there could be a possibility you open and activate it before entering your PIN also money. Google Pay kya kar raha hai. And also understand, nobody will give you free money even by mistake. And if you've got free money by mistake, after half an hour you can open your GPay, then it's safe. At least the duration has passed. So, okay. Now, speculative demand for money. Speculative demand for money. Under speculative demand for money, Keynes said under liquidity preference theory that every individual will want to invest the money and generate return, but he will have to take some amount of precaution as well because he has to hedge. And how much of money he is using to buy bonds, that depends upon the interest rate. Not only on the interest rate, you have to compare between the normal or critical interest rate with the current interest. He said that bonds gives you two types of return. One is the interest return, and when these bonds are traded in the market, it may be trading at a premium, so you will get a capital gain. But he also said that there can be capital. But the most important thing that you have to know is that interest rate and the market prices of bond have always a negative relation. Because when a bond is issued with a face value of rupees 1 lakh and it carries an interest of 10%, and people who have bought this bond, and after some time another bond is issued with the same face value, but it is now issued at 20% rate of interest, then what will happen? The demand for this bond which is trading in the secondary market will come down because everybody will want to buy this bond rather than this bond from the primary market. So those who are holding this bond, this 10% bond, they want to sell this bond as quickly as possible so that they can get their money back and buy this bond. In the secondary market, the demand for bonds will decrease. And when the demand for bond, anything is decreasing, don't you think it will begin to trade at a discount? So face value ke niche discount karega. So price or market price of bond is going to fall down. But so it means inverse relation hai na? Increase in the interest rate on bond has led to fall in the market price of bond. But if the same face value, if the same bond is issued at only 3% rate of interest, then those who have not yet bought the bond, if they buy from the primary market, their bond will carry only 3% interest. But those who are holding the bond that they have purchased before and which is traded in the secondary market, that will give them 10% return. So do you think people will be willing to buy from the primary market or from the secondary market? From the secondary market. So if everybody wants to buy this bond, then what will happen? The demand for this bond will increase. And when the demand for this bond will increase, it means of course its price also is going to increase. So there is a negative or inverse relation between interest rate, negative or inverse relation between bond prices and interest rate on bonds. All right, bond prices and interest rate. Now a person will always compare what is critical, which is the normal rate of interest, with the current rate of interest. Let's say there is a situation when the current interest rate is more than the normal or critical interest rate. So how do we know that something, what is the normal value? People know. If I ask you what is the normal price of onion, will you be able to tell me? Yes, you can say 30, 35 rupees. Do you think anybody will say, sir, 300 rupees? No. So tell me, if right now the price of onion is 300, do you think anybody in India will ever say that this is a normal price? So then also if you ask normal price kitna, bola normal price is what that prevails, median price over the last 4 or 5 years. So what you will expect? Will you expect the price of onion to continue to rise and go to 3,000, or will you expect it to come down? Come down. It means if something is way above the normal, it will always come down to the normal, no matter what. If GDP falls down too sharply, it will rise up also. You will expect it to rise, will not go down further unless there is a war going on in the country. Right? There will always be a recovery. When the inflation is very high, RBI will do something to bring it. It means there is up and down movement, always it will happen in the economy. So when the current interest rate is more than the normal interest rate, then people expect what? People expect that the interest rate to fall. And when the interest rate is more, it means, can I say, bond prices must be very high, correct? And when people expect the interest rate to fall, it means they can also expect the bond prices to, no, when interest rate to fall, to bond prices to rise. So it means right now bond prices are, bond are sold at a lower price. Understand, interest rate is high, bond price is low, people expect the interest rate to fall and bond prices will rise then. So isn't it an opportunity for people to buy, use all of their money that they have set aside for a speculative motive, buy more and more bonds? Because two things will happen. First, your chances of capital loss is very less because the bond price is already fallen to the ground. Second, you can buy more number of bonds with the same amount of money. And third, दोनों ही तीन है. When eventually interest rate will fall, there will be a sharp increase in bond prices. You will get huge capital gain. Correct? So what will you do? You will use all of your money, not all of your money that you have set aside for precaution and transaction, but all of your money that you have set aside for speculation. So you will use all of your money to buy bonds. So people will use all of the money set aside for speculative motive to buy bonds. Clear? Because when interest rate falls and bond prices rise, there will be significant what? Capital gain. So we say that speculative demand for money will be what? Zero. When I've used all my money to buy bonds, will I have any money left to further speculate? No. So speculative money for demand for money is zero. मेरा पैसा चला गया सब bond में. Now I have to sit down and wait for the interest rate to fall and the bond prices to rise, and I will sell some of the bonds then later on. But what if the situation is reversed? What if the current interest rate is lower than normal or critical interest rate? Now tell me the same example. If the onion price falls down to 3 rupees per kilogram, is it the normal price? No. So will you expect for it to fall down further, or will you expect it to very soon rise up? Rise up. So it means when the current interest rate is lower than the normal interest rate, then people will expect what? People will expect interest rate to increase. And when the current interest rate is very low, it means bond prices must be very high, right or wrong? And when they expect the interest rate to rise, then what will happen? Bond prices will fall. Do you have the courage to buy the bond right now when interest rate is very low? Bond prices are very high. If you buy the bond right now, and eventually interest rate will increase, if not tomorrow, not day or tomorrow, after 1 month, when interest rate will increase, the bond prices will crash. Correct? So आपका gain क्या होगा? Already the rate of interest is less when you have bought the bond, but your capital losses will be huge if the bond prices crash. So effectively you will be at a negative point. Will you buy the bond? No. So what will happen? People will prefer to wait for interest rate to rise and bond prices to fall, and then buy the bond. Why? Buying bonds now may lead to huge capital loss. So in this case, I will hold the money close to my chest and wait for the interest rate to rise and bond prices to fall. So don't you think speculative, what will be happening? Demand for money will increase or will be very, very clear. And when you combine the entire thing together, it means this is the speculative demand for one individual. When you combine the behavior of every individual, you will get a downward sloping demand curve showing the interest rate along the y-axis and money demand on the demand for money on the x-axis. And this will be a downward sloping curve like this. It means it will be like this. It means when the interest rate is very high, demand for money is almost zero. This is I1. When the interest rate falls down from I1 to I2, demand for money increases from 0 to M1, right? Or you can say 0 to M2. Why M2? Because when the interest rate is falling, bond prices are rising, people will not be willing to buy more bond. They will buy but less bond. Further, when the interest rate falls down to I3, demand will increase, money demand will increase to M3. Why? Because the bond prices must have been rising. I will not want to buy bond at such a high price. Then what will happen? This way the interest will continue to fall and eventually you will go to a point of liquidity trap. What is a liquidity trap? It means now the interest rate when it was falling and the bond prices was rising, and interest rate has fallen down to a very, very low level and bond prices are sky high. Do you have the courage to buy bonds right now? The answer is no. So most of the people or everyone will be holding the money close to their chest. Nobody has the guts to buy the bond right now. You're a fool if you buy the bond right. But don't you think what will happen to the companies? The companies who want to borrow from the market by issuing corporate bond, the government wants to borrow from the market because government may be also in a mixed economy which is running a business. They all of none of them are getting money. That will lead to decrease in production, rise in unemployment, and it may cause recession in an economy. Here, where money is there, but it is not flowing to the bond market. आप सोचो ना, अगर FD interest if it falls down suddenly, not gradually but suddenly to 1%, don't you think everybody will withdraw their money from the bank? Because two things will happen. First, you will think, why the hell interest rate has fallen down so much? There is huge garbage, right? The bank can go bust. लाइन लगा के विड्रॉ कर लो, रात को पहले एटीएम से जितना निकलता निकालो, every day you take it out and the money is wiped out. If the money is not there with the bank, then how can the man lend the money to somebody else to do the business? And moreover, if you have withdrawn the money or holding it, you are not spending it, then you are not creating demand. Then who will come to the bank to take the loan? So consumption, production, everything is adversely affected. The economy will go down into recession. This was your liquidity reference. Clear? Hai? Right. Then came what? Baumol and Tobin. हाँ क्या कुछ बोल रहे हो? हाँ आगे पीछे होता रहे, अब मेरे को सीरियल ही याद नहीं ना कौन किसके बाद आया, मेरा बुक में कौन किसके बाद है। फ्रीडमैन बता देता है, चल ठीक है तू बोला फ्रीडमैन तो फ्रीडमैन पढ़ा देता। हाउ डज इट मैटर व्हाट यू पीपल, फ्रीडमैन पढ़ा देता, फ्रीडमैन बोल दिया। फ्रीडमैन he gave what is known as asset price theory. Now under asset price theory, what he said, that the demand for money will depend on the very same factors that affect the demand for anything, right? And then he went on to say that it is the permanent income and not the current income upon which the demand for money depends. Now, what is the difference? This is the deviation from Keynes. Most of the things what he said is related to Keynes, but this is the deviation from Keynes. What does he mean between permanent income and current income? This distinction was not made earlier by anyone, including Keynes. Nobody made this distinction. Your current income may be more than the permanent income or less than the permanent income. Your company has done very good business. The company has given you incentive of 10 lakh. Is it guaranteed that next year this incentive will come to you? It may come more, it may come less, you may not get. There is no guarantee. The company is under contractual employment. You are under contractual employment to receive a salary, not incentive. Correct? So will I take a long-term decision or for an income which is not permanent for me? The decision to invest or decision to consume buying for long term will not depend on your permanent income, will not depend on your current income, but it will depend on your permanent. Then he said that there are 5 mediums of storing wealth. An individual will have to figure out the risk and reward characteristics of these 5 instruments, and accordingly he will keep his wealth into it. So first was money, second was equity share, third was bond, fourth was physical capital, fifth was human capital. So money will not give any return, zero return. So it means I'm left with remaining 4, but money including 5 hai. Now they'll find out, will equity give me more than bond? If yes, then I will spend more money on to buy equity. Or will starting a service business, will it give me more money than bond, equity and physical capital? If yes, then there. So it means whichever gives me a better return, my money will flow to that, right? Then he said certain things. First, the rate of interest, sorry, the rate of inflation will will also affect your amount of money that you are demanding. So it means he said that demand for money increases when there is increase in inflation. Then he said if there is increase in the interest rate, then there will be increase in the opportunity cost of holding money, and so there will be decrease in the demand for money. And thirdly, he said that increase in the interest rate will lead to decrease in the holding money. It means increase in the purchase of bond. So increase in the interest rate will lead to increase in the purchase of bonds. So just like Keynes, he also said that the interest rate and the bond prices have inverse relation, and increase in the interest rate will not only increase the opportunity cost but it will also decrease the bond prices. So एक तरफ देखो interest increase हुआ, my opportunity cost will increase, so I will want to hold money. And on the other hand, the bond is available at a lower price, so it's an attractive opportunity for me to buy more and more bonds at a lower price, so the demand for money will decrease. Clear hai? So this was given by Milton Friedman under asset price theory. Then came Baumol and Tobin. And the theory that they gave is known as inventory theoretic approach. So only the nomenclature changes. Cambridge approach में demand for money we are calling demand for cash balance. Liquidity preference में demand for money we are calling it demand for liquidity preference. Under Friedman theory, demand for money again demand for cash balance. But here demand for money is nothing but demand for inventory of cash holding. So वही चीज है, नाम change. They said the same thing. Household and businesses want to hold money because the income is earned at a point in time, expenses are spent over multiple. So transaction के लिए पैसा हो. But they also said that there is a carrying cost of transferring the money or of holding money or bond. Say for example, if you have interest rate and here your brokerage. Now after calculation of brokerage, you can get what is known as your return on investment. So if there is an increase in the interest rate, brokerage remains constant, return on investment will increase. So, and you think increase in interest rate means decrease in bond prices, you will buy more bond. So as a result, what will happen? Inventory of cash holding. What happens? Cash holding क्या होगा? Will decrease. If interest rate decreases, brokerage remains constant, then return on investment will decrease and my opportunity cost will also decrease. So ये से यहाँ पे opportunity cost will. So it will answer all the question possible that they can. Opportunity cost. Opportunity cost of what? Holding money. Opportunity cost will hold increase. So inventory INV of cash holding will decrease. When interest rate decreases, brokerage remains constant, return on investment will decrease, my opportunity cost will also decrease. So what will happen? Inventory of cash holding will increase. मेरा opportunity cost कम है and you think interest rate when it decreasing, it means bond prices must be very high. I will not be willing to buy bond. Next, if interest rate remains constant and there is increase in the brokerage, then also you will have decrease in the ROI. And when there is decrease in the ROI, there will be decrease in the opportunity cost. But here you have to write it in a different way. Can I say here that increase in the brokerage will lead to increase in transaction cost? What transaction? Not everyday transaction. This transaction cost means what? It means cost of making transfer between money and bond. So when the transaction cost is increasing and I have to pay more for the brokerage, will I increase the transaction or decrease the transaction? Decrease, na? So number of transactions will decrease, and when I'm converting less money, it means number of transaction decrease means what? Simplify. It means relatively less money is converted into bonds. When I'm converting less money into bonds, then what will happen? Inventory of cash holding will increase. So inventory of cash holding will increase. समझ में आया? So other way around, what will happen if again interest rate, तो नीचे लिखते हैं, again if interest rate is constant, but in this case now brokerage will decrease, my return on investment will increase. If I don't invest now, I lose more, so my opportunity cost increases. So now can we say here that decrease in brokerage will lead to decrease in transaction cost. I'll not write entirely what is transaction, I have written here. So it means it will lead to decrease in number of transactions. It means what transaction? Not business transaction, but conversion transaction. So it means relatively less money will be converted or more money will be converted. More money will be converted. So number of transaction, please, I'm sorry, number of transaction will be increasing. So more money is converted into bonds, and when more money is converted into bonds, it means inventory of cash holding will decrease. Clear hai? Easy? Right. I think I've given you this way only opportunity cost name and so. So this is your carrying cost. Carrying cost is the cost of brokerage. Carrying cost is what you are losing due to inflation. Okay. Good luck to understand that. And lastly, again, Tobin gave what risk and reward behavior of an individual. So an extension of Baumol and Tobin theory varies when he talks about risk and reward characteristic. He says that money return is certain, that is zero. Then why people want to hold money if the return is zero? Because safety is 100%. Money will never lead to a capital loss unless the inflation happened by 50-60% in economy, which is not is going to happen. Venezuela, Zimbabwe, these are just exception. So if inflation is 3% in a year, then in my 1 lakh, 1 crore rupees, I am losing only 3 lakh. That too in 1 year, not quickly. That is not a capital loss. इतना तो आप business करेगा ना, 2% का normal loss तो business में हो जाता. So it means inflation not will in 1 year, inflation will not throw me down on the street. I know for certain. But if I buy bond, my return will be very high. But what if interest I'm getting 2 at 5% and the market price of bond falls down by 70%? So it means I have a capital loss of 65%. So their loss is there, but their return is also there. So, and a person can have to make an optimal portfolio structure. Now there are three kinds of individuals you can have. Paila, afraid, keep all your money in cash, portfolio of cash, zero bond. You'll be 100% safe, but you'll never grow. Second, the risk taker, right? देखो ना इंस्टाग्राम पिक्चर बनता है बिल्डिंग के ऊपर चढ़ के, ये रिस्क टेकर है, वो तो गिरेगा तो मर गया. So there you invest all in your bond. Two things will happen: either you will become a king or you will become a pauper. Right? So high risk but high reward. But third individual who will make an optimal portfolio structure. He doesn't believe in keeping all the eggs in one basket. He will have to mitigate between risk and reward. So he will make an optimal portfolio structure wherein he will keep a balance of both money and bond, cash and bond together. So if suppose this is this part, he will keep, let's say, balance में रखा cash and bonds. Here safety but zero return. Here positive return but risk. It means return can also be negative, right? But how much of cash and how much of bond you are holding, that depends upon interest rate. तो ये भी वही बोला जो कीन्स बोला. If suppose there is an increase in interest rate, if there is increase in the interest rate, then the opportunity cost of holding money will increase. Cost of holding money will increase. So there will be decrease in cash holding or cash balance. So what he will do then, if now he is making a portfolio, he will keep only this much of relatively lesser number of cash and relatively more bonds. So only this much of cash but more of bond. So relatively more bond and less cash holding. And because interest rate is increasing, it means bond prices is rising. It means you can, I mean, interest rate is bond prices is falling. It means you can buy more bond with the same amount of money. But when there is a decrease in the interest rate, if interest rate decreases, then opportunity cost of holding cash also decreases. So demand for what will happen? Cash balance will increase. So now when you have to make it, you'll find that he will hold more cash and less bond. So relatively more cash holding than bonds. So ultimately he also said, ended by saying that interest rate on bonds and the market price of bonds have inverse relation. If interest rate is rising, bond prices are falling. So people will be willing to take a higher risk to buy bond, because if they don't take, I mean, higher risk in the sense the risk will be less because bond is sold already at a lower price, right? So if you buy bond, you'll be able to buy more bonds. So you'll be willing to take a little bit of more risk because the quantum of risk is already less. So less cash and more back and more bond. But when interest rate is more, bond prices, when interest rate. All right, let's continue. So money supply. First of all, supply of money. If they ask you only supply, then it's a flow concept. But if they ask you supply of money at a given point in time, then it's a stock concept. The supply of money with public, when we say money supply, we mean the supply of money with public. But this is not the total money supply in the economy. Total money supply in the economy will be the money with the public and also the money that government holds and the central bank holds, right? So when we mean public, what is that meaning of public? Public means every economic unit and non-governmental unit except banks, central government, state government and local bodies, and of course the Reserve Bank of India. So if I exclude the government, every government organization, every gov uh, and if I exclude the central bank, and if I exclude the uh, all the commercial bank accepting current account and savings account facility if it's giving you, the remaining is the public. Clear? So supply of money depends upon first the power conferred upon the central bank to print money. The money that is printed by the central bank is known as high powered money. Now we don't follow the gold standard, meaning what? We gold standard क्या होता है कि the amount of money that you have is linked to the value of the gold. But our money that we are holding is not linked to the value of gold, but we follow minimum reserve system wherein we will hold some minimum amount of gold and foreign securities, and in ratio along with it we will print the currency. It means every time we want to, central bank wants to print new currency, the central bank will have to purchase some quantity of gold and foreign securities. Clear? So this is known as minimum reserve system. There is one more system that is known as fractional reserve system, in which case the central bank will issue government bonds to the public. And let's say central bank issues government bonds to the public worth 1 lakh rupees. And then this 1 lakh rupees will be received by the central bank. And if the fractional reserve is 10%, then they will keep a 10%, that is 10,000 as reserve, and 90,000 rupees worth of extra bond will be issued to the extra currency will be issued to the public. So this is known as fractional reserve system, right? So money supply depends upon the power of the central bank either to increase the high powered money or reserve money, same thing, or monetary base or decrease the monetary base. Clear? But even the commercial banks create money. The money created by the commercial bank is known as credit money to the process of lending and borrowing. Clear? These are the two institutions upon which the supply of money in the economy depends. Supply of economy is a determinant of interest rate. So remember, just like people have opportunity cost in terms of lost interest when you are holding idle cash, even banks have opportunity cost because bank has borrowed this money from the public and the bank will have to pay you interest. But unless the bank invests this money by lending it to somebody else, bank is not going to earn interest. If the bank is not going to earn interest, how the bank is going to pay interest? So any amount of idle cash that the bank is holding that is not lending to others, the bank is not going to earn interest on it. And so there is an opportunity cost of holding money for the banks as well, just it is as it is for the public. Okay, clear? Now, RBI's second working group devised a monetary aggregate which is divided into M1, M2, M3, M4. Recently आपके बुक में NM1, NM2, NM3, NM4 भी है, has been struck down. So cancel कर. So what is M1? M1, and if I go from M1 towards M4, there will be decrease in liquidity. It means M1 is most liquid and M4 is least liquid. Now what is M1? M1 is currency coins notes held with public plus demand deposits of public with bank plus other deposits of RBI. Now the banks that they have, the total deposit, whatever the banks have, the public money, this public money is nothing but total deposits with the bank. Total deposits with the bank, which includes both demand deposit and time deposit. Demand deposit is what you have in your CASA account, current account and saving account. There is no restriction on the withdrawal of this money. You can withdraw it anytime without any penalty or of sorts also imposed by the bank. Time deposit are the fixed deposit which have a specific maturity date. If you withdraw without before time, there will be a penalty. So in the M1, this time deposit is not taken. What we have taken is currency coin note with public Demand deposits, my money in my savings account and current account, demand deposits of public with bank plus other deposits of RBI. Now, what is this other deposits with RBI? These deposits are less than 1%, so they do not have much of an effect on inflation. But these are the deposits in terms of the balances that a government or a foreign entity has with our central bank and what we have with their central, right? Clear. Then you have M2. M2 is nothing but M1 plus post office saving deposit. Post office saving deposit, not total deposit. So it means if I add post office saving deposit to M1, that is currency coin notes with public, demand deposits of public with bank, plus other deposit, plus post office saving deposit, तो हो जाएगा M2. If I deduct post office, if I don't take post office and add time deposit, that will become M3. So M3 is nothing but M1 plus time deposit, plus time deposit, and M4 everything. That is currency coin notes with public, demand deposits of public with bank, other deposits with RBI, post office saving deposits and time deposits. सब ले लिया तो वो M4 हो जाएगा. So very simple question with regard to M1, M4. You will definitely get one. Right now, straight away, let's jump into the concept. Money multiplier concept was given by Milton Friedman. Now, Friedman money multiplier concept shows how much will be the change in the money supply, increase or decrease, it could be anything, when there is change in the monetary base. It means if central bank changes, increases or decreases the monetary base by 1 rupee, by how much will there be a change in the money supply? This is denoted by the money multiplier. So in the money multiplier, everything depends on the monetary base, that is high powered money. So this money multiplier is given by this equation, capital M equals to small m into MB, where this MB is the monetary base, that is nothing but the reserve money or the high powered money. It means the money printed by the central bank. This M stands, small m stands for the value of multiplier, and this capital M stands for the money supply. All right. So it means, it simply says that if there is an increase in the monetary base, if there is increase in the monetary base, then the same base will be applied, multiplied by a multiplier. As a result, what will happen? The money supply will increase, right? Or if the monetary base remains same, but there is increase in the multiplier, then also money supply will increase. So can we say that money supply is a direct relation, money supply has a direct relation with both multiplier and monetary base? So higher the monetary base or the multiplier, there will be more money supply. So since it's a linear equation, if I want to find out what is the value of multiplier, and we know that we know capital M is small m into MB, then the small m will be M by MB, or can I write here small m equals to nothing but money supply by monetary base. So it denotes what is the increase or what is the change in money supply due to change in the monetary base. So what is the change in the money supply due to change in the monetary base, that is high powered money? Or we can say that money supply multiplier is nothing but it shows the ratio between the money supply and the monetary base. Clear hai? Then the same theory was expanded when he joined hand with Anna Swartz So Milton Friedman and Anna Schwartz gave a extended version of the money multiplier theory, wherein they said, remember the name also, because they will ask you Friedman and Anna Schwartz. Anna Schwartz, Anna Schwartz name. So German name is Schwartz. Klosch. Right? No? They gave a money multiplier theory and they said that the supply of money in the economy depends upon the behavior of the central bank, behavior of the commercial bank, and behavior of the public. The behavior of the central bank is determined in two ways. First, it may increase or decrease the supply of high powered money. So it depends on the value of H. Alright. H is nothing but your monetary base इसको बोल सकता है और इसको क्या बोल सकता है reserve money. It means one and the same thing. दो तीनों same ही है. You call it high powered money, monetary base, or reserve money, reserve banks money. Right. So it may increase or decrease the high powered money. As a result, money supply will increase. So or decrease. So behavior of central bank may, if there is increase in the high powered money, of course there will be increase in the money supply, and when money supply increases, then of course money multiplier will also increase, and vice versa. It means high powered money decreases, then money supply will decrease and money multiplier will also decrease. Second thing is by determining the required reserve. If the central bank increases the required reserve, then the banks have to hold relatively more reserves either with itself or with the central bank or both. So as a result, they can only offer or they can give loan which is relatively lower than what they would have given. So it means if there is increase in the required reserve, then there will be decrease in the lending to public, because the bank will have to maintain a relatively higher reserve, which will lead to decrease in the money supply and decrease in the multiplier, money multiplier, and vice versa. It means if required reserve is decreased, then the bank will have to hold a lesser reserve. They can lend more to public. Money supply will increase. Money multiplier will increase. Okay? So this is behavior of the central bank. Then come behavior of the commercial bank. The commercial bank may hold more than the required reserve or less than the required reserve. So in this case, there can be two situations. First, when if suppose this is your actual reserve maintained by the bank, and which is more than the required reserve dictated by the central bank. If suppose actual reserve is 25%, but the required reserve is only 20%, it means RBI is saying, the central bank is saying that you have to maintain a reserve of 20%, but the bank is maintaining a relatively higher reserve. So tell me what will happen in this case? Credit expansion or credit creation? Trade expansion or trade contraction? Contraction. So there will be credit contraction, and as a result there will be decrease in the money supply, and of course money multiplier will also decrease. But many a times the bank can maintain an actual reserve which is less than the required reserve. Required reserve, central bank has said you have to maintain 2%, 20%, sorry, but the banks are maintaining 15%. So it means the bank is maintaining relatively lower reserve than what is dictated by the central bank. So will they be able to lend more money or less money to the public? More money. So this will lead to what? Credit expansion. And credit expansion, it means there will be increase in the money supply, and of course there will be increase in the money multiplier. This behavior of the commercial bank, whether they are maintaining a relatively more reserve or less reserve, is denoted by a ratio. What is this ratio known as? Huh? Yes, it is known as reserve to deposit ratio, which is denoted by small r. राइट, याद है? अभी याद आ रहा, धीरे धीरे आएगा यार, क्या बोलूं ना, आईपीएल में कौन कब शॉट मारा याद है, कौन सा ओवर में कौन सा बॉल में धोनी छक्का मारा याद है, लेकिन ये स्मॉल आर भूल गया. राइट. So it proves one thing, dear. What does it proves? If you try to enjoy something, interest, you will never forget. Enjoyment learning. When I'm teaching trading to my daughter, she is enjoying, because I have realized one thing. ये rat race से कुछ नहीं. The goal is to make money, right? So school में I've seen the kind of curriculum, they good, no problem. But the thing is, I've seen that people who are passing out of class 12, किसी भी school में जाओ और आपको पूछो, can you explain me how banking sector works? They will be, can you tell me what is inflation? Commerce पढ़ के आया, inflation नहीं पढ़ा, सिर्फ रट्टा मारा है. Rise in general price level. Can you please elaborate? कॉलेज में टीचर गया, मार्क कर लिया, हाँ ये. This is how they teach in the college mostly. If then it's a good. If you're saying no, then you're going to a good college. So I'm going to teach her a life skill. Right. My target is by the time she is 14, 15 years old, she's a very avid trader. Then she can do whatever she wants. Graduation. So reserves to deposit, because understand the logic. If you understand the logic, you'll never. Reserves to deposit is denoted by small r is capital R by capital D. This R denotes reserves kept with banks, and this D denote deposits into bank. Now, if suppose the banks are maintaining higher reserve, it means they will have less money to lend to public, and when the banks have less money to lend to public, they will increase the interest. Now I went to borrow 1 crore rupees. I'm a businessman, for 100 crore rupees from a bank. The bank says, देखो भाई, I cannot offer you loan at 12%. I will have to charge 14%. I will calculate at 14%. I cannot pay so much of interest, so I will take a loan of only 75 crore. All right, of course, I'll keep my mortgage and everything. Otherwise, the bank will not give me. So 75 crore loan. Now, if I've taken 75 crore loan for doing business, I will spend this 75 crore. Where will I spend this 75 crore? Setting up the plant, buying a place of business, appointing laborers to perform production activity and everything. And when I'm paying for these factor inputs, I'm paying to them, and so it means they are receiving this money in the bank account. It is assumed that everything is going to the bank. So if one bank has given me 75 crore, then I can make a payment of only 75 crore. It means whoever is receiving collectively in their bank account, they will receive 75 crore. So can I say that if the reserves the bank are maintaining, they can offer you lower credit facility, and when I take a lower credit facility, I'll spend less, relatively less, So those who are earning, they will receive a deposit in their bank account will be less. If the bank would have given me entire 100 crore at a lower interest rate, then I would have been able to spend this entire 100 crore. It means all other providers of factor input combined, they would have earned a deposit in their bank account to the extent of 100 crore. So can I say, if I'm writing this, small r is capital R by capital D, if the banks are maintaining a more higher reserve, they will be lending less to the public. Those public who is borrowing, they will spend less. Somebody else will get in their bank account a lower deposit. So can I say when R is increasing, D will decrease? Right or wrong? So what will it do to the ratio? Will the value of R increase or decrease? The value of R will increase because I'm decreasing the denominator, increasing the numerator. But increasing value of R, it means decrease in the money supply and decrease in the multiplier. But on the other hand, if the banks are maintaining a lower reserve, then it can lend more to public. Then the public will spend more and every other bank will get more deposit. So deposit will increase. So as a result, what will happen? Value of R will decrease. But decreasing value of R indicates increase in the money supply and increase in the multiplier. So can we say reserves to deposit ratio that is denoted by R has negative or inverse relation to money supply and the money multiplier? This is known as behavior of the commercial bank. And third is the behavior of public. Behavior of public is denoted by currency to deposit ratio. Currency to deposit ratio, which is denoted by small c. Now we see small c is nothing but capital C by capital D, where this C indicates currency with public in circulation and this D represents deposits with bank. Now tell me, if people are holding more cash in hand, then don't you think deposit in the bank will come down? As a result, what will happen? The value of C will again increase because I'm decreasing the denominator, increasing the numerator. But increase in the value of C will indicate again decrease in money supply and decrease in the multiplier, money multiplier. But on the other hand, if people are holding less cash in hand, they are depositing more into bank, then the value of C is going to decrease. But decreasing value of C also talks about, sorry, increase in the money supply and increase in the multiplier. So can I say that currency to deposit ratio, which is denoted by small c, also has negative or inverse relation to money supply and money multiplier. Clear hai? All right. And if they give you the sum, we have solved the sum. क्या था उसमें? Formula क्या था? Who can tell me without looking at the book? For multiplier, what was the other formula? C plus C plus R. C plus 1. अब डिनोमिनेटर तो बता दो. C plus R plus E. Forget about the formula. I've even shown you how this is derived. That is nowhere shown anywhere. So C plus R plus E, where E is excess deposit. And the problem is very simple. All right. We have solved that problem in the class. You want me to solve it again? Very easy. Clear. Apart from this, so remember, yeah, basically you're talking about 1 marks from these three things that we have covered. Next, credit multiplier. Sometime it is also known as deposit multiplier. Credit multiplier. Now remember, what is the difference between money multiplier and credit multiplier? But who can tell me? What is the difference between a money multiplier and a credit multiplier? Money multiplier is the outcome of increase or decrease in monetary base that is within the hands of the central bank of the country. Whereas credit multiplier is the outcome of credit creation, which is done by the commercial banks through the process of lending and borrowing. Understood? So, credit multiplier, due to credit multiplier, will find that the total deposit in the end will be far greater than the initial deposit which was made at first. So, example भी आपको दिया है कि let's say there is lending, or let's say there is deposit and then there is lending, right? And then there is required reserve. Let's say required reserve is 10%, right? And initially rupees 1000 is deposited in the bank by somebody. Then the bank will maintain a deposit of required reserve of 100, and it can lend rupees 900 to somebody. That somebody, when he gets this 900 in his bank account, sorry, when he borrows this 900, he will pay this money to somebody in their bank account. Whoever is earning this 900 rupees, till the time he doesn't withdraw this money, the bank will have to pay interest. Now, how the bank will pay interest unless the bank earns the interest? So the bank will lend this money to somebody else so that the bank will be able to pay the interest to the depositor. But the bank can have to maintain a 90 rupees of deposit, that is 10% here, and the bank can lend only how much? That will be 810. This way it will continue to go on and on and on and on, and eventually we will find out कितना value यहाँ create होगा. 10,000 is created here. 1,000 10%, 1,000 is, sorry, 9,000 will be here and 1,000 will be in the. So an initial deposit of only 1,000 has led to a total deposit of 10,000. How did we get this 10,000? Through the credit multiplier formula, wherein credit multiplier is equals to 1 by required reserve. That is 1 by required reserve is 10%, 1 by 10% is 10 times. So you simply multiply this 1,000 with 10 times and you can write here 10,000, and then 10% is maintained as reserve and 9,000 is the lending done. Clear hai? Right? So over. Central bank to बहुत easy hai. Anything that you want, you can ask me. In monetary policy, anything that you have not understood, पहले मनी मॉनेटरी पॉलिसी का पहले बोल देना. अच्छा, अप्रिसिएशन डेप्रिसिएशन उसमें आएगा, फॉरेन फॉरेन में मैं बता देगा, फॉरेन ट्रेड. व्हाट एल्स? Sorry, discount window. You see, when the bank is going through a liquidity crunch, all right, momentary liquidity crunch due to economic uncertainty or whatever, the bank can borrow from the central bank, right? And on that lending done by the central bank to the commercial bank, the central bank will charge a very, very small rate of interest. That is the discounted rate of interest. All right. This is known as discount window, which is nothing but a liquidity adjustment facility is the actual. So liquidity adjustment facilities में क्या होता है, इसमें बैंक, our central bank will open a liquidity window so that money can flow from the RBI to the commercial bank, and this money will be used by the commercial bank to tie over their whatever financial problem is going on right now. And when the financial trouble is over, they can repay the money, but with a very very small rate of interest. That's why we call it discounted rate of interest. But before RBI lends this money to the commercial bank, the commercial bank will have to keep some collaterals as margin of safety or security or mortgage रखना पड़ेगा. It could be government bonds, treasury bonds, corporate bond, commercial paper, whatever it is. So whenever you repay this money that you have taken from the central bank, by paying a small amount of interest, discounted rate of interest, you will get back your money. All right. What else? So wherever they ask for discount window, that is nothing but liquidity adjustment facility. And when the bank is going through extreme crisis, they can dip into their SLR to withdraw the money. That is known as marginal standing facility. Follow. So nothing in this. बहुत easy था. चलो international trade में. Now international trade में any topic, any problem, ask me. Because देखो chapter 3 तो कुछ भी नहीं है. WTO and GATT पूरा theory है. Right? Even then you can ask me if you have any. Okay, foreign exchange market. About foreign exchange market. Okay, forex market. I'll just write it down. Forex market. Diagrams. Determination of nominal exchange. What else? Hmm? Sorry? नॉन टेक्निकल मेजर्स में अच्छा ठीक है. नॉन टेक्निकल मेजर्स तो सब कुछ आ जाता है. क्या नॉन टेक्निकल? सारा नॉन टेक्निकल मेजर. ओके. ऑल नॉन टेक्निकल measure. What you people should have done is done this thing yesterday, and so that you would have been ready to ask the question or query. FDI and FII, FPI is the same. All right. FDI versus FII slash FPI. Foreign put. Okay. Next. Okay. So let's take one by one. First of all, he had asked me all the what? Exchange rate determination. No, I've already written nominal exchange rate determination. That's it. Anything else? No. So first, we'll go with non-technical measure. So understand Under this technical and non-technical measure, technical measures are related to anything with regard to the product. These measures are directed towards decreasing the quantum of import in the country, because surplus import is always bad. It will lead to leakages and it will reduce the national income, right? So non-technical measures are not related to the product, but rather related to the process of import. Right? These are known as non-technical measures. So what are these non-technical measures that can be used by the government in the importing country to decrease the quantum of import in its own country? So let's take a look at this first. You see here, technical measures में याद रखना sanitary and phytosanitary very important. So non-technical measures, import quotas. Import quota is nothing but quantitative restriction. तो कोटास कैन बी ऑफ टू टाइप्स. मैं आपको बोला था क्या क्या कोटा है. एक होता है टैरिफ रेट कोटा, wherein the government will fix this quota above which import, if up to that level, the import will be taxed at a much lower rate of import duty. But the moment import increases and goes beyond the quota, then the government will charge a very high rate of import duty. So if government of India allows me to import 1 lakh units of this pen at a rate of 10% only maximum import duty, or 5% or 4%, whatever, but only 1 lakh units in one accounting year. If I import 1 lakh 10,000, if I import up to 1 lakh, lower import duty, whatever the government has stated. But if I import 1 lakh 10,000, then the tax rate may increase to 30, 40, 50, 60, 100%, 120%, something like that. So that is known as tariff rate quota, wherein I am allowed to import but over the quota, but I have to pay a higher tax. Whereas permanent quota or absolute quota means the same thing, permanent and absolute, wherein government fixes the quota again, but anything beyond the quota is not allowed. तो उसको permanent quota बोलते हैं. So absolute quota and permanent quota, same. And then tariff rate quota. Price control measure. What is a price control measure? We have studied under minimum support price and price ceiling, wherein government is controlling the price of goods sold and purchased within the domestic territory. Non-market pricing करते हैं. Can the government do the same thing for a foreign import? Yes. So government will say that I have allowed you to import this particular pen by paying a 20% import duty, and you are selling this pen at 100 rupees, wherein all other domestic producers cannot afford to sell at such a lower price. So I will not let you sell this pen at 100 rupees. I am fixing a minimum price of this pen to be 250 rupees. So now government has forcefully, artificially increased the price at which I can sell. I cannot sell at a lower price, but I can sell at a higher price. So when the government artificially pumps up the price of an import duty by fixing a non-market pricing for an imported commodity, it is known as pricing control measure. So इसके लिए additional tax भी लगा सकता है government. Price control measure including additional tax and charges are steps taken to control the influence of price imported goods in order to support the domestic prices. Non-automatic license and provisions क्या होता है? When I get a license, that doesn't give me the right to import everything under the sun. Correct? Government will say that you have got the license, well and fine, I have given you the license, but you are not allowed to import these things, or you are not allowed to import these things from those countries. So for which either you have to obtain additional license because these are blacklisted, or the government will never give you the license. इसको prohibitions भी बोलते हैं, या non automatic license means the license that you have got will not be automatically applicable to import everything. इसको non automatic license. Financial measures. As I've told you that when I'm importing any commodity, I have to pay to my foreign exporter. वो exporter, I am importer. But in their country, from wherever they are exporting, nobody knows Mahatma Gandhi. Even if they know that this currency will not work. So I have to pay them what? Dollars. बोलो sir, dollars हो सकता है. What if it's Venezuela? Why they will accept dollar? Dollar actually everybody will accept. ठीक है? Is the vehicle currency of the world. So I have to first purchase dollar, then only I have to make payment. When I go to the bank tells me, no, no, I cannot give you 10 million worth of dollar because government has restricted the payment for from this particular country import or for this particular good, you will be getting only $2.5 million. So by controlling the access to the foreign currency, my access, if I'm an importer to the foreign currency, don't you think government will automatically bring down the import? कि डॉलर नहीं है तो पेमेंट कैसे करेगा? और पेमेंट नहीं कर सकता वो चारी थोड़ी कर रहा है जो पैसा भी स्टॉक भेजेगा, राइट? Government can also put a down payment requirement, advance payment requirement. So in that case, it will become difficult. See what the government is trying to do: either create difficulty by increasing my cost, or create a difficulty by bombarding me with a lot of process. Because the ultimate objective of both tariff and non-tariff measure is to reduce the quantum of import into the country. Then measures affecting competition में यहाँ पर क्या है कि आपको स्किल्ड बोर्ड का एग्जांपल दिया था. So government will say that rather than giving import license to so many importers, that everything will be scattered, it will become very difficult to track the importers. I will give the import license to one economic operator. So whoever else wants to import or want to sell that imported goods into India, they will have to purchase from them. So government can create a specific board, T board, silk board, start state trading corporation and so on and so forth. It means they will be only allowed to import, nobody else will be allowed to import. So this is yes. So these measures aimed at granting exclusive or special preference or privileges to one or limited group of operators. For example, statutory marketing board may be granted exclusive rights to import wheat, or agency like state trading corporation may be given monopoly right to distribute palm oil. Government procurement policy important. What is government? In a mixed economy, government also perform various economic activities: construction of dam, sending satellites into space, construction of airport, so many things. So government first will give the contract to the domestic companies. Only when domestic companies are not able to meet the demand of the government, then the remaining contract can be given to a foreign producer. But first chance should always be given when the government is buying any goods or services to an Indian company. That's why you'll find all the roads and everything are constructed. Largely, you'll find Indian companies, not foreign companies. Unless if there is a situation government is constructing airport but GMR बोला भाई इतना जल्दी इतना airport नहीं बन सकता, then the government can give the construction of airport this contract to some foreign firm. They will come from there and construct. But largely you will see everywhere L&T for airport में GMR, right? So government procurement policy. Trade related investment measures. Again, what the government can do, government has to try to protect the economy. So what the government can do, government will fix. You are importing, no problem. You can import only up to the extent of 50% what you have exported in the last year. It means if my export last year was $100 million, then my import, let's say 2024, then my import in 2025 can only be $50 million. And if I want to import, let's say in 2026, if I want to increase my import to $200 million, then in 2025, I have to at first increase my export by 400 million. So what the government is trying to do, government is first putting an injection and then allowing the leakage to happen. So an importer can only increase the import after it has increased its level of export. So इसमें क्या हो रहा है? $400 million country में आया, only $200 million. And if I want to import for 1 billion, then I have to first export 2 billion worth of. Access to foreign exchange for something the government can also put in this trade related mission. So requirement use of certain minimum level of locally made components government also can also, that's why जो आपको कंपनी का नाम बताया था, तो restricting the level of imported components, limiting the purchase of use of imported products to an amount related to the quantity of look or value of local product that is this is also important. Distribution restriction, not a very important. What is distribution? I have got the import goods in my hand, but the government will not let me sell. Why? Government will say, I have given you import license, no problem, but you have not taken a distribution license. Pay money and get distribution. So don't you think there is a cascading effect? मेरे को दो बार tax देना पड़ रहा है. But if I'm paying the tax to the government for distribution also, this will increase my cost of production. It means cost of procurement. So I will have to increase the price at which I sell. Government can also put restriction that these goods can be only distributed to refrigeration. Many a time when you go to Reliance Fresh or anywhere, you'll find sometimes imported fruits and vegetables are there, and government has made it a condition that those have to be kept under refrigeration. बोला फिर सर weird है, इंडियन फ्रूट एंड वेजिटेबल का कोई ये नहीं है गवर्नमेंट को नहीं रखने का, नॉट नेसेसरी. Why? Because the purpose is not refrigeration, the purpose is to increase the cost for Reliance. And when you increase the cost of broccoli that is imported and kept under refrigeration, then people will buy an Indian produced broccoli than a broccoli which is imported from Bolivia or some other. Right? So distribution restriction and restriction on post sale services. This example I've already given you. When Apple was not producing its phone in India, it was importing phone into India. Government said you can sell your phones in India, but you cannot repair your phone in India. If Apple says if I cannot repair my phone in India, who the hell will buy? Will you buy any phone from a company which says repair करने के लिए US भेजो phone और China भेजो phone? No. So it means Apple will have to provide, and government knew that India is a big market. Apple ऐसे बोल नहीं सकता कि नहीं. So Apple engineers will come to India. They will train the Indian engineers, but the business will be owned by an Indian. So what the government is trying to do, that whatever is the fall in the GDP due to leakage because import is happening, that can be plugged to some extent by increasing the employment in my. All right. So that is restriction on post sales service. In fact, FDI में भी government ये allow करता है. Hyundai आया FDI, now Hyundai cars are made in India, but still government says to repair that car you cannot own the business. All right. You can own the business to produce the car. Now that is not an import. All the India cars are made in India, but you cannot own a business to repair the car. This business will be owned by somebody who is in India. That's why you have Advait Hyundai. होगा ना, करेक्ट, सबके बाहर नाम है जो भी फॉर, तो कोई ओन Hyundai ओन नहीं कर सकता. Government is creating a kind of equality in the ownership of businesses. Otherwise, what will happen? All the foreign firms, they are selling the car in India. They are also repairing the car in India. A person who is buying the car, it is dependent on that foreign firm completely. At least dependence on the foreign firm is reduced significantly when you are dissecting the business of repair completely from the mother company. Right? So this is restriction on post-sale services. And administrative procedure is very simple. Government will make it so difficult for you to get a license that it will be a nightmare for you. Go to that office, this office, ye sign, ye paperwork, wo paperwork. It will lead to corruption, but government will allow the corruption to happen because government doesn't want the import license to be given so easily that any Tom, Dick and Harry will start a import business today. Right? So don't you think by decreasing or making it difficult for you get get the import license, by decreasing the quantity of import licenses issued, automatically government can decrease the quantum of import, isn't it? So rules of origin, I've told you. If I bought something that has been imported into India from some other country, what is the guarantee that is import from China? And more so, there are so many products like a phone or a computer which is imported from China, but the components, several components of the laptops have been made in some other country. So in the exporting country, it means home country mein, there will be an authority who will check the authenticity of the product and where it is made. Only when he will sign it, then the goods will be loaded onto the container and the goods will be delivered here in India, right? So rules of origin में बोलते हैं. Safeguard measure. What is safeguard? When sudden import of anything increases in India due to any reason, suddenly import increase हो गया, then government will do what? Government will block the import for some time, 6 months, 1 year, 2 year, ऐसे लिए block कर सकते. That is a safeguard measure. And embargo is also known as economic sanction. It is the most extreme form of trade barrier है, ये trade measure नहीं है. And this is not deployed due to economic reason, but this is deployed due to non-economic reason. So economic sanction is employed due to non-economic reason, political, religious or anything. तो ईरान का एग्जाम्पल दिया था. कोरिया, साउथ को नॉट साउथ कोरिया बट नॉर्थ कोरिया, इकोनॉमिक सैंक्शन इज गोइंग ऑन. रशिया व्हेन इट इन्वेडेड यूक्रेन, then war is going on and partial economic sanction was imposed upon Russia, wherein US armed twisted many of the European countries not to import oil, not to import gas. But Russia knew that Europe cannot do anything without the gas, because if you go to Europe, you say for example go to France, Paris or country, cold weather condition में you have a heater. That heater is running on gas. जैसे पाइप का आपका घर में आता है ना गैस, आप तो सिलेंडर यूज करता है, बट आप दिल्ली many places you see piped gas connection is there. So that everything will be coiled in the house. Behind the wall there will be a heating coil under which gas will run and it will heat it. So your room will be hot, warm basically rather than hot. If you switch that off, you will see freezing point हो जाएगा घर के अंदर. So Europe had to buy gas from Russia, but it is a very extreme form of restriction. Clear? Next was, you've asked me what was it? क्या था next? Okay, foreign exchange market. So understand what is a foreign exchange? A foreign exchange market is a market wherein various participants, they transact when they convert one currency into another. Right? It is an electronically linked market without any definite physical location. Electronically linked. It works 24/7 without shutting down, and at every given point in time, at any given point in time, a pair of currency in different foreign exchange markets of the world will always show the same value due to arbitrage. Right? Now, nominal exchange rate can be denoted in two ways. One is a direct quotation, wherein you can say that, sir, $1 is equals to rupees 90. In this case, the foreign currency is the base currency and the domestic currency is the counter currency. But if I reverse this, when I say 1 rupee can help me buy how many dollars? $0.001, then that becomes an indirect quotation. And in an indirect quotation, the base currency is the domestic currency and foreign currency is the counter currency. Clear? Who are the participant in the foreign exchange market? In a foreign exchange market, everybody participate. If you are a government, you will participate because you are also borrowing and you have to convert your foreign currency into Indian currency or domestic currency, whichever country you are in. If you are a traveler going on a vacation somewhere, then you have to also convert it. Common people also. If you are trader trading in different pairs of currency, foreign exchange में trade कर रहा है, then you are also participant. Mutual fund companies, investment banks, commercial banks, central banks, they all are participant in the foreign exchange market, with the exception of central bank, who participates in the foreign exchange market not for the purpose of not for the purpose of making profit, but to maintain a stable exchange rate whenever there is a lot of fluctuation, and this is done by buying and selling the foreign currency, from its reserve. Now, Foreign exchange market at any given point in time, they will always give same value for a pair of currency. And if the value changes, it will change only momentarily and then it will be equalized. Because if suppose in, let's say, Hong Kong market, let's say $1 is equal to rupees 90, whereas in, let's say, UK market, UK exchange, the same $1, if I exchange, I can do it for 89 rupees. So if this is the case, then people will in UK, the traders, they will buy in UK so that they can sell in the Hong Kong market and make profit. So when they are buying in UK market, don't you think the price may increase from 89 to 89.5? And when they're selling in in Hong Kong market, then the price will fall down. It means the exchange rate will fall down. It may fall down to $1 will be equals to, let's say, rupees 89.5. So don't you think have the equalized? Now, so it will constantly happen. Here high, so selling pressure will happen, it will come down, buying pressure will happen, it will go up. If this goes up, this comes down, then what will happen? Buying pressure over here goes up, selling pressure over there comes down. This way, due to this is known as arbitrage, wherein the banks and traders, they make riskless profit because they are buying from one market and selling in another market. There are two types of transaction in a foreign exchange market. One is known as the spot transaction or current transaction, in which case if $1 is 90 rupees, I go to a bank, I give them 90 rupees and he will give me, the bank will give me $1. So spot, it means both the buy and sell and the delivery of the dollar and the rupee happen simultaneously. Then next one is future contract, जिसको forward transaction भी बोलते हैं, wherein if I think that dollar value will increase in future, I will ask somebody that can you sell me dollars at a lower price in future. If he agrees to me, then we have entered into a contract. Now if the value of dollar increases, then he will have to buy at a higher price and sell me at a lower price. I will have to make, I will make profit. But if it decreases, I will have a loss because I've already told him to sell me at this price. If the price falls down, then he will buy at a lower price and sell me at a higher price. So I will incur loss, he will make profit. So this kind of transaction is known as forward contract. Now, how nominal exchange rate is determined? Nominal exchange rate is what is quoted at every money exchange window. If I right now look at the internet, whatever the price I get when I Google it, $1 kitna, so it will give me the nominal exchange rate. Nominal exchange rate is determined by the interplay of demand and supply between the, I mean, for with regard to any particular dollar, any particular foreign currency. And simply put, this you've already done here. On the y-axis, there is nominal exchange rate, and on the x-axis, there is quantity of dollars demanded and supplied. If this is the demand curve for dollar and this is the supply curve for dollar, this is supply of dollars and this is demand for dollars. So this is the equilibrium exchange rate. It means, can I say here, let's say 1 USD is equal to rupees 85 here. So remember one thing, the price, just like Friedman said, that the value of money will be determined by the same factor. The demand for money will be determined by the same factor which affects the demand for any other thing. So if the demand for anything increases, value will increase. If the supply of that increases, its value will decrease. So if there is increase in the demand for dollars, then dollar will appreciate and Indian currency will depreciate. But if there is a decrease in the demand for dollar, of course, supply remaining same, then dollar will depreciate and rupee will appreciate. So when there is an appreciation of dollar and depreciation of Indian currency, then there will be an increase in the nominal exchange rate. And when there is appreciation, there will be decrease in the nominal exchange rate. If I take the supply side, then increase in the supply of dollars will lead to dollar depreciation. Supply जिसका बढ़ेगा उसका भाव घटेगा. Right? Indian labor is in more supply, their value is less. So, and Indian rupee will appreciate. So, this will lead to decrease in the nominal exchange rate. It means less unit of Indian currency will be needed to buy the same unit of a foreign currency. And if supply of dollar decreases, then dollar will appreciate and rupee will depreciate. This will lead to increase in the nominal exchange rate. Clear? So if we go here, we see if there is increase in the supply of dollars, it means supply of dollars will shift, this will shift to the left, SS dash dollar. And what has happened, you see, as a result, when supply of dollar has increased, then $1 will be equal to rupees 80, I can say. It means 5 in 5 less rupee, you can buy the same amount of dollar. It means Indian currency has appreciated. Clear? If suppose there is not a increase in supply, an increase in supply happened due to what? Increase in supply of dollars can happen due to increase in export, government or any private sector borrowing money from outside, foreign direct investment into India, FII investing into India, NRI sending remittances in India, Indian companies bringing back their profit, remitting it to India. Clear? All these things will lead to increase in the supply of doll yeah, dollars into the country. And if supply of dollars decreases or demand increases, same thing it will lead to. If supply of dollar decreases, then what will happen? Supply of dollars, how can it decrease? Reverse कर दो. Import ज़्यादा हो गया. Repayment of loan that taken. Indian businesses spending money abroad by buying real assets. So what will happen here? You see, $1 becomes rupees 90. It means now you have to pay 90 rupees to buy the same dollar. In 85 rupees, you cannot buy a dollar. So in this case, increase in the nominal exchange rate means depreciation of Indian currency and appreciation of foreign currency. So this appreciation or depreciation in the nominal exchange rate, if of domestic currency takes place due to the market forces of demand without any intervention of the government or the RBI. But when central bank artificially fixes a rate of a nominal exchange rate, it is known as a fixed exchange rate or peg rate. Clear hai? Now we have to keep this in mind. What is the difference between appreciation and revaluation? Appreciation and revaluation will have the same effect. When I say appreciation of domestic currency or revaluation, they will have the same effect. It means import will increase, export will decrease. But appreciation happens due to the market forces, where a revaluation of currency is artificially done by the central bank in those countries which are following up fixed exchange. On the other hand, depreciation of domestic currency or devaluation, which as it was done in 1991, devaluation क्या to increase export because we are going through economic crisis. So it will have the same effect. That is, export will increase, import will decrease. But again, depreciation happens due to the market forces under a flexible exchange rate or floating exchange rate regime. But devaluation is artificially done by the central government going against the market. But in those countries which are following a fixed exchange rate. Clear hai? Any other question? Then he asked me what is the difference between FDI and FII or FPI. See, FDI is when a foreign investor. Now, who is this foreign investor? It could be an individual, it could be an entity, it could be a body corporate, it could be a partnership firm, it could be a government of any country. Does not matter who it is. If they take their capital, take their technology, their know-how, and they go to another country in order to set up a factory or establish a business in that country, or join hands with already established business by investing and buying into a controlling stake in their company, it is considered as an FDI, foreign direct investment. It is different from import. Why? Because in case of import, all economic activity is performed in the country where the production is taking place. And after that, a finished product is sent to some other country. That is going to create leakages in the GDP. GDP is going to fall down. But when foreign direct investment happens, the capital inflow happens into the country. But the business is established in the country within the geographical territory of another country, and the employable resources of those countries will be utilized to produce the goods and services. Here, that is an FDI. McDonald's is an FDI in India, right? Amazon is an FDI in India. Nestle producing Maggi is an FDI in India. Pepsi and Coca-Cola is an FDI in India. Subway, KFC are an FDI in India, right? So there are certain things about FDI you have to know. First, the foreign investor will want to have control over the business, right? They will not simply buy 2-3% of the equity share and they will not participate in the voting right. They will participate in the voting right. Controlling interest stake doesn't mean 51%. Even if I'm holding 20%, 25, 30%, I have got immense amount of voting power in the board. I can vote in favor or in, against for removal of a CEO of a country. Bharat Pay is an Indian company, but the investor who have pumped their money in the Bharat Pay, they all are foreign venture capitalists. So what happened? Steve Grover was not running the company uh, properly. He was thrown out of his own company. So this is frequently happened. पेटीएम का सीईओ भी जाते जाते बच गया, एक क्वार्टर में थोड़ा सा लॉस कम हो गया. So that foreign firm will bring its capital, they will bring its technology, they will employ human resources. So what will happen? First of all, FDI is long term. To withdraw FDI is not very easy. Kia is an FDI in India. Is it possible for Kia to shut down its factory and go leave on in one day? So it has come to India on the concept of going concern. They don't have an end date in mind. Secondly, it will improve technology in the country because they will use their own technology to produce goods. Third, it will generate employment. Fourth, it will increase the tax revenue of the government of India. Fifth, it will lead to proper utilization of resources. Sixth, it is very difficult to withdraw, so it will not lead to speculation. Business is not speculation. On the other hand, FII and FPI, what is the difference? When I'm buying one type of instrument, then the portfolio is just one. But foreign investors, again, they can be bank, merchant banks, investment banks, government, people who are having participatory notes, they want to invest into India. But their intention is not to remain invested for very long. Right? So they want to buy equity share of a company or bonds or debentures or whatever, or government bonds and anything. The collection of these instruments that the foreign institutions are holding, it is known as a portfolio. तो फॉरेन इंस्टीट्यूशनल इन्वेस्टर जो है वो फॉरेन इंस्टीट्यूशनल इन्वेस्टमेंट लाता है, एंड इफ दे आर diversifying into various financial instruments, they can be called as a foreign portfolio investor. Understood? Now they never want to stay in India for long, so it's a short term investment. It will not enhance the GDP of the country because the money comes to the capital market, it goes out of the capital market. Neither it will increase the employment opportunities, nor it will lead to technological innovation. On top of that, it will only lead to speculation. That's the difference between FDI and FI. Anything else? Nothing? So let's take a look at the revision test paper. which is relevant for your examination. Now you read the question and you tell me which option do you think is the correct option. Hmm? Option A. How? Let's see. Fiscal federalism deals with distribution of financial resources among different levels of the government. Okay, let's look at other option. Distribution of power between the legislature and executive. No. Relationship between judiciary and legislature. No. Conduct of election in a federal country. Very good. So you got plus 1 mark. Read the next question and tell me. Option A. Under Article 112, the annual financial statement is presented in which house of the parliament? Lok Sabha. Does what power does Rajya Sabha has over this? Only 14 days. Rajya Sabha cannot reject a money bill. It cannot be introduced in the Rajya Sabha. Which of the following is not a function of Niti Aayog? Not pucha, be careful when they give you not, it means it may have a, if you read the wrong question or question wrongly, then galat option mark ho jayega. Hmm? Option C, promoting cooperative federalism. ऑप्शन ए पॉलिसी नॉट बोला रे नॉट देखने का अच्छा ठीक है आपको हिंट देता है फाइनेंस कमीशन का क्या मेन ऑब्जेक्टिव है फाइनेंस कमीशन हैज द रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ऑफ deciding on the distribution of resources between the center and the state. I've told you every state depends on the grant in aid which has to be given by the central government because most of the tax revenue goes to the central government. Central government takes all the money from in the form of dividend from the public sector undertaking. So the chief minister, in consultation with the finance commission, they will request, I need 1 lakh crore, 2 lakh crore of this money. Now the finance commission will recommend to the finance ministry how much money to be given to the state government. So finance commission plays the role of deciding upon the distribution of resources, financial resources between the center and the state. So allocation of financial resources to the state is a role of the finance commission, not the Niti Aayog. So B is not the function. नीति आयोग का पॉलिसी फॉर्मुलेशन कोऑर्डिनेशन है promoting cooperative federalism. Yes, they will try to ensure that every state will develop in some way. पैसा के लिए नहीं, पैसा कितना लगेगा वो बाद में फाइनेंस कमीशन डिसाइड करेगा. Serving as a think tank of the government, yes, but this is done by the finance commission. Clear है? तो एक रॉन्ग हो गया. अभी बोलो, इजी क्वेश्चन रॉन्ग नहीं होने मांगता. The government offer minimum assured price to the farmers to purchase their output is called. अंग पी की तो क्वेश्चन देता है यहाँ पर. सो मिनिमम अश्योर्ड प्राइस एरिया सिर्फ सपोर्ट वर्ड नहीं यूज किया है तो rather than this they would have asked that what will be the market outcome of minimum support price. X more supply more than demand, demand more than supply, any of the above. The price ceiling in a price in a collusive oligopoly is decided by the price leader. Right, the price leader. The distinction between selling cost and production cost was made by, एक बार बाहर से क्वेश्चन पूछ ही लेगा, चेम्बरलिन बोला था. डोंट गेट अफ्रेड डियर, ये देखो 100 क्वेश्चन में एक बार वो होता है कि एक भांग पी के एक आउट ऑफ द सिलेबस पूछ ले, तो डोंट बी वरीड अबाउट दैट, राइट? Get 99 questions right. From the quick revision note, please remind me before the class. I'll send it to you. Is already. Which one of the following is not an internal economies of scale? It means not bola. It means external कौन सा है बता दो. Which one is external? You choose. Even if you are confused, still you can easily get the answer. पूरा ऑप्शन सही से पढ़े एक बार. कुछ ऐसा लग रहा है कि कोई एक्सटर्नल है कहीं पर, जो एक्सटर्नल है वही आंसर होगा. Option C. Why you are saying option C? Yes, that's the correct answer. You see, technical economies, simply put, if artificial intelligence is there, now it depends upon me how I respond by upgrading the performance of my organization. It doesn't depend on anybody else. So, how I respond, that is a part of my technical expertise. Some businesses will do better, some businesses will not do better, right? So, can you imagine if Amazon they start to operate their website like any of the government of India website operates? Who the hell will shop over there? Huh? Answer is no. So it is internal. Financial economics तो बोला था ना, from what is my risk of raising finance from which kind of, so internal है. This is I am deciding. How to market anything, that is my decision. But localization of industries, if in Bangalore there is some industry which has come up, or localization, do you think TCS can start a business of IT in some in some state, and it can bring all the IT companies over that state to that state? No, that is done by the government, not by a company. So localization of industry, localization of business, wide field government created. Do you think any company would have created? Is it possible? No. Government said, bhai nahi, I have to make a localization of a business in this particular location. So I will give this land at a highly subsidized rate to all the IT companies. For example, Andhra Pradesh yesterday gave kitna 22 acre of land in prime location to TCS at 0.99 paisa. 0.99 paisa. It's a, so by government it means less than 1 rupee में आपको 21 एकड़ क्या होता है रे, राइट? 21 एकड़ ह्यूज, ह्यूज. So 1 acre is 55,000 square feet. So many buildings will come. So you can have a park also, you can have a small lake inside also. Why the government has done it? Because government knew that I want to create a hub like Bangalore. Now IT companies are facing problem in Bangalore, traffic jam, this and that. Everybody is frustrated, and also there is a problem of you know, अभी महाराष्ट्र में भी वही स्टार्ट हो रहा है, मराठी क्यों नहीं, right? So there is a way you can support it. If you get aggressive, then problem. So there it is increasing. So if state government at a war footing step is giving free of land to the all the IT companies. The same thing the Karnataka government also did. The share of tax borne by the, very good question. Share of tax borne by the seller will be larger. If the demand for a product is elastic, if the demand for a product is inelastic. थोड़ा सा gray matter use करना होगा. हम्म, क्या होगा? One thing. If demand is inelastic, E less than 1. Correct? What the sellers will do? Increase the price or decrease the price? When E is less than 1, price and consumer expenditure move in the same direction. So the seller know that if government increases the tax, let's say by 20%, I can pass on the entire tax to the people. Why? Because if my price is increasing by 20%, I know that quantity demanded will fall down by less than 20%. It may fall down by 5%, 6%, 7%. So I will be able to pass on most of the burden to the consumer. Correct? Most of the burden. It means the burden of the seller will be lesser. But if demand is elastic and then the government increases the tax by 20%, and then if I increase the price by 20%, what will happen? Quantity demand may decrease by 40%, 50%. Will I be able to increase the price? No. It means the entire burden will be felt with me. So when the government increases the price and the producer had a problem that they cannot increase the price because they know that if they increase the price, the demand will fall down. It means they cannot increase the price. Correct? It means the demand is what? समझाएगा समझ में आया right? So the answer will be if the demand for product has greater elasticity. If the demand is inelastic, then entire burden will be felt by the consumer. If the demand is elastic, then entire burden will be felt by the seller. If price increases due to increase in tax. Is concerned, देखो ये सब हलवा क्वेश्चन दे देता है with welfare. Welfare में suggestions आता है ये. इसके excess capacity is found in monopoly, monopolistic, perfect competition, oligopoly. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल देखो मोनोपोली क्यों एक्सेस प्रोड्यूस करेगा, उसको तो कम प्रोड्यूस करने का है so that he can charge a higher price. Alright, perfect competition do not exist, we know. So between oligopoly and monopolistic, which one you choose? Monopolistic competition. Why excess capacity? Because understand, I know that there are so many sellers of a product. क्या बोला है? Which is अच्छा not found under. क्या बताओ? Then the answer will be what? Monopoly. Excess capacity is found in a monopolistic market. So perfect competition exists. क्वेश्चन देता है फाउंड इन मोनोपोली, ये रहता तो ज्यादा बेटर है. इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी बबल बस्ट 2000 is an example of ये हलवा क्वेश्चन अगेन. Business cycle. What is the limitation of consumer surplus? Consumer surplus cannot be measured precisely. Is it so? Consumer surplus can be derived from a commodity is affected by the availability of substitute. Both A and B are correct or none is correct? Or only B is correct? थोड़ा सा दिमाग लगाओ इसमें. ऑप्शन ए को देखो करेक्ट है या इनकरेक्ट है. ऑप्शन ए पहले मेरे को ये बताओ. एंड व्हाट इज कंज्यूमर सरप्लस? इफ यू थिंक यू विल एग्जैक्टली गेट द आंसर. What is the disadvantage of cardinal approach? Okay, ठीक है. I'll frame my question differently. होता है लॉयर को देखा ना, प्लीज फ्रेम योर क्वेश्चन प्रॉपर्ली. So I'll frame my question again in a better way. Why is it that ordinal approach is considered to be a better method at understanding utility than a cardinal? Cardinal we cannot measure. Why we cannot measure? Yes, I can know that I'm getting more satisfaction by consuming coffee than tea, but how much I cannot. So it means if I say that my marginal utility by consuming a cup of tea is 20 utils. The question is, if you ask me, sir, prove करके दिखा दो ना, will I be able to prove it? No. It can be 19 also. It can be 30 also. It can be 5. क्या मीटर लगा है क्या अंदर? नहीं. And we know consumer surplus is what? MU minus price. So price we know. But am I very sure about the marginal utility that I am getting? No. So this option which says consumer surplus cannot be measured precisely, is it correct or incorrect? Correct. Because MU we cannot measure properly. Second, consumer surplus derived from commodities affected by the availability of substitute. Yes, if the substitute is available and if the price of any commodity is increasing, my surplus will decrease. I'll jump onto that particular commodity. So both A and B. थोड़ा सा दिमाग लगाओ इसलिए बोल रहा है. Example of third degree of price discrimination. What was third degree? First of all, who gave third degree of price discrimination? First, second, and third, who gave this? What was the name of the economy? They can ask you even that. हाँ नहीं क्या है, कौन दिया, नाम क्या है? कह रहे पिगाओ, right? So first, second, third, first degree, there is no consumer surplus. Consumer exploitation is to the highest level. Second degree, there will be some amount of consumer surplus. And third degree, the monopolist can discriminate upon anything for number of usage, consumer taste and preference, income level of the citizens, demography like gender ratio, population density, age of the population, race, and anything. So, dumping, it means if I'm dumping my product at one point, charging different prices for domestic and commercial uses. Yes, Microsoft का example दिया था. Lowering in price railway station for senior citizens. So it could be anything, right? There can be n number of ways a monopolist can discriminate the price. Next, what activity is termed as activity of the tertiary sector? अभी इसमें भी सोचना पड़ रहा है तो खिड़की से कूद जाने का भी. ऑप्शन सी. अगर कुछ समझ में नहीं आया तो रूल आउट करो ना. एग्रीकल्चर, सेकेंडरी सेक्टर, दिस इज अगेन प्राइमरी सेक्टर. फिशिंग, एनिमल हस्बेंड्री, माइनिंग, oil extraction. So construction is always a tertiary sector. Construction, transportation, warehousing, insurance, banking, IT, ITES, BPO, KPO, LPO, ये सब. Yes. FIIs helps to improve capital market. Yes, capital liquidity आएगा. How of equity capital? Yes, people will also get into financial innovation and development. Yes, different types of instruments you can use. FII को हम लोग इतना गाली देते हैं, but remember, if FIIs do not trade in Indian market, then Indian market में liquidity नहीं रहेगा. एक ऑप्शन का बायर खड़ा है 205 पे, सेलर खड़ा है 320 पे. Then liquidity नहीं है, how can you buy? So of course, all of the above. But remember, every time all of the above is not correct. Devaluation of Indian rupee of US dollar, अभी बोल दिया आपको, अभी थोड़ी देर पहले मैं बोला था कब devaluation हुआ. सुन रहा नहीं था क्या? 1991 बोला था. इंडियन इकोनॉमी वाज गोइंग टू क्राइसिस, डिवैल्यूएशन हुआ. अभी बिफोर आई स्टार्टेड दिस क्वेश्चन, which of the following statement is true about Indian monetary system? The Indian monetary system is based on gold standard. No, our price, we have minimum reserve system. Gold standard का मतलब क्या है? आप your price, the value of your currency is linked to the value of gold. The answer is no. Indian monetary system is based on the credit standard, and then Indian monetary system is based on the paper standard. Yes, paper standard, a credit standard. Credit standard means fractional reserve system. The RBI is going to print money by taking money from the public, fractional reserve. So it's based on simply paper standard. Government paper issue करता है and minimum reserve system maintain करता है. That's it. Which of the following statement is true about money supply? तो पहले देखते हैं. It is the total volume of money that is held by government of a country. Huh? Right? No. It is the total volume of money that is held by general public of a country over a time period. एक second. Wait. And it is the total volume of money that is held by general public of a country at a particular point in time. So of course all of the above nahi hoga because first option is gone. So if I have to choose B and C, which one I will choose? One word ka difference hai. Hmm? C. Why not B? Yes. We measure money supply at a particular point in time. So it is the total volume of money that is held by general public of a country at a particular point in time. Then we are, because what is M1, M2, M3, M4? Are we measuring the change? No, we are measuring what is the total money supply at this point in time, right? Which of the following statement is true about credit creation by banks? Banks create credit on the basis of their total asset? No. तो कभी तो बैंक बोलेगा ये बिल्डिंग मेरा है, ये भी एसेट है, इसके ऊपर भी क्रेडिट लगा दो. बैंक क्रिएट क्रेडिट ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ देयर टोटल डिपॉजिट. ऑलराइट, बिकॉज रिजर्व्स टू डिपॉजिट हम लोग लेता था ना. इट मींस रिजर्व रख रहा है, बाकी लेंड कर रहा है. लेंड क्या कर रहा है? लेंड ही तो क्रेडिट है ना. राइट. द क्वांटिटी ऑफ मनी quantity demanded of money rises. Quantity demanded money rise कर रहा है. Interest rate rises, interest rate falls, supply of the money falls, number of banks rises. देखो दो ऑप्शन तो खत्म हो गया. You have to choose between A and B. B. Quantity demanded of money rises. Why you have chosen D option? Sorry, B option. Tell me. What is the reason? Yes, I was waiting so that somebody misunderstand the question. Sir, quantity demanded of money. The demand बढ़ेगा तो interest बढ़ेगा. No, this is basically a question related to cash balance or liquidity preference. So when interest rate is increasing, then the quantity of money demanded is going to fall because you invest your money. But when the interest rate falls, then the opportunity cost of holding money will also fall. So will you hold more money or less money? You will hold more money, and that's why we. But no, you know, idiots. They do not even properly frame the question, and unusually they will confuse. Alright. Open. अभी आप लोग. See, I'm telling you, right now we have studied ना. अभी just पढ़ा demand for money आपको आ गया. But if this question I would have asked you without covering this, let's say after 1 month, you would have given me a wrong answer. Open market operation will become successful if there is. What is open market operation? When the central bank purchases and sells government securities in the open market. If there is free market economy, developing economy, a well-developed bill and security market, which is the above? It's a free market. All right. सिक्योरिटी मार्केट से कोई रिलेशन नहीं है. फ्री मार्केट है तो सब कुछ आ जाएगा. फ्री मार्केट विल इंक्लूड ऑल. अकॉर्डिंग टू कीन्स, इन्फ्लेशनरी, ये देखो हलवा क्वेश्चन. इन्फ्लेशनरी गैप इज कॉज्ड बाय Excess demand, excess supply. Deficiency, it means less demand, deficient supply. Excess demand. When there is a rightward or upward shift in the, this is your inflationary gap between point A and B. The effect of inflation on the price competitiveness of country's product may be offset. Price competitive means international market में पूछ रहा है. If effect of inflation of price competitiveness. So if there is increase in inflation in India, then the cost of production will increase for Indian product. And when I sell it abroad, what will happen? Can I sell it at a lower price? No, I have to sell it at a higher price. Correct. So how can it be taken care of? Appreciation, देखो revaluation तो हटा दो, तो none of the above नहीं होगा. Is it appreciation of currency or depreciation of currency? Think. What will happen if we appreciate the currency? First of all, if we appreciate the currency, then then we have already produced Indian product which is sold at a price. And when we appreciate the currency, can we now import raw material, other things, and also imported goods from other countries? And when these are available in large quantities, then it will be able to meet the demand. It means if the demand has gone to the right, it can meet excess demand. So will it not lead to decrease in inflation? The answer is yes. So the answer will be appreciation. Right? What is currency to deposit ratio, CDR? Small c is capital C by capital D. What is it? Ratio of money held by public in currency to that of money held in bank deposit. Ratio of money held by public in bank deposit to that of money held by public. दोनों ठीक है, उल्टा दिया है. आपको पूछ रहा है ये C by D है या ये D by C है. C by D है तो ऑप्शन A होगा या B होगा? Option A is the answer. Ratio of money held by public in currency, that is C, to that of money. But if I take option B, ratio of money held by public in bank deposit means D, to that of C, it means D by C हो गया वो. So this is not the correct. This is the correct. So A is the correct answer. And 25th, you see these idiots, for subjective paper you can say suggested answer. तुम MCQ के लिए क्या suggested answer लिख रहे हैं? तो की है. This is suggested answer. So क्या 540? Nominal, find nominal GDP. Real GDP is 450 and inflation is how much? Inflation is 20%, no? Alright. So 450 into 120%. Formula गया भाड़ में. क्या हो जाएगा? 540 is the answer. Got it? एक बार रिवाइज कर लेना है क्वेश्चन. Alright. So I'll share the quick revision note. So that's an end of the marathon because suddenly, so please, I've already given you all the, when your class ended, important points where you have to focus, and I will be sharing the quick revision note right now. But whatever is covered in the marathon, remember, वहां से आपको 80 क्वेश्चन तो आएगा ही आएगा. And if you look at the quick revision note, easily 60 question you can bank from there. And from chapter 7, 6, from 7 onwards, you have been already given the synopsis. All right. Yeah. So see you. Bye bye. Good night. All the best.